Hello, everyone. How's it going? Hope you're having a good night and a good weekend. Oh, this is a cool emote. I like it. I'll let you decide which one I'm talking about. I feel weird about this intro part because normally I only have the rain ambience going on. I've had like perfect timing for like 6 straight streams where I end the stream precisely at a point where there's no music and there's only rain ambience. But I finally broke my streak. This time there's music playing, but at least there's still rain, so it's not like a complete like breakage. That's the word, right? Of the streak. It's like I'm still kind of halfway there. It's kind of like how Twitch handles streaks, where you can miss a stream and it still counts as your streak not being broken because Twitch handles streaks in a similar way that a gambling site would hook you into the thing, where it's like, oh well, you lost the bet, but we're gonna refund like half of the money or put more money into your wallet so you can keep gambling or stuff like that. Anyways, thank you, Mr. Taco, for the 7 months. I appreciate it. Can you check which mic you're using? Oh no. Why is it bad? Sounds a little muffled. Is there like a ton of echo? Cause that is an actual thing in the place that I'm at. Also, hang on. No, okay. Let me do something. It's okay. It is picking it up. Let me see. What do we have here? I mean, it is currently picking up the right one. I don't know. It could be part of the acoustics in this place because I'm not in the usual place. I'm in a weird place right now. Not the kitchen either. I'm not in the kitchen. I'm in a different location. What if I bop the mic? I shouldn't bop the mic. Bathroom stream. Let's go. It's really cold here, by the way. That's a clue for you. It's really cold here. Maybe you can guess where I am at. Just based on those two things. There's a lot of echo and it's really cold. Can you solve the mystery of where I'm currently streaming from? Let's see. What do we gotta do? Earth. Correct. You're getting there. You're warm, but I'm cold. I don't think I'm gonna do the survey tonight because I still think it's too soon to make another survey. We need to wait for more things to happen in the story for your opinions to potentially be swayed. Because I feel like if I just do the survey right now, I'm gonna get the same results. Because of the thing that I mentioned, where Kraus has not yet smoked the blunt. That needs to happen before I can do the survey again. Am I in the oubliette? No, I'm not in the oubliette. That would be scary if I was in the oubliette. Hello, Happy Toaster. And hello, Cube. That's right, this is Umineko no Nako Koro ni. One in the middle and one at the end beginning. I could do that. Or if something really, really big happens, I could do it like every 2 streams. Do you guys remember what happened last time? I think it was mostly we got to see the classic meme situation of Battler getting tormented by the witch in the cube. We finally got to see it in game, and it was pretty cool. And oh, and Rosa was girl bossing. That's right. Yeah, Rosa was girl bossing, and everybody's like really sad about it. Okay, so here we are. Here we are. The first thing we get to see is George's awesome face. George's beautiful face. A good wake up if you just woke up. Good thing to see when you wake up. Is everything set? Yes, okay. 1, 2, 3, we go. Can't believe it. Are you saying that's the truth? Yes. We've told you everything as we saw it. Oh, yeah, and there was like a fake canon who was actually like one of the stakes of the purgatory, and they had to fight it off in a cool fight, and Genji and Goda beat his ass, and they came to tell the rest of the family about it. George folded his arms and started mumbling again, and the kitchen was once again wrapped in a long silence. George-sama, I'm fully aware how hard it must be for you to believe all that so suddenly. After all, even though I saw it with my own eyes, I grow less and less sure of what I actually saw. I'm sure I saw it. Yes, and in real life too. And I'm sure I got into a fight too. And yet, I almost feel like it was all an illusion. I see. So that's why you couldn't go into the details in front of Aunt Rosa. If you actually told her what you just told me, you'd probably be in even more trouble. Yeah. Genji-san really did handle that one composedly, didn't he? If only I had the power to explain it myself. George had not actually seen it, and even when pressed to believe, he just couldn't imagine it. It was only natural, because even the people who had actually seen it had given up asking themselves what it was. Let's rewind the story a bit. Shannon, you said that when you thought Kanon-kun was an imposter, you picked up some spiderwebs and came back, right? Oh, right, and George split up from the rest of the family, right? Because he was like, I stand with Shannon, I respect women. And he left the rest of the group and stayed with the servants. And Badler was really sad and crying, and Maria had to console him. Why did you do that? That's right. I was thinking about that as well. Why spiderwebs? I happened to hear it from Kumasawa-san once. A long time ago, evil spirits lived on Rokenjima and they feared spiderwebs. And they say there's a legend that people treasure spiderwebs as amulets. And, right at that moment, I think I was also a bit confused when it comes to those old stories. Kumasawa was very knowledgeable. Well, spiders are very useful bugs, after all. I see where George stands in the debate of whether or not spiders are bugs. Yes, it wouldn't be at all strange for a belief system like that to come into being. I'm sure that the Torii shrine was suppressing the power of those evil spirits. And because the spirit mirror was broken, that power came back. That power must be what allowed Bad Torichi-sama to revive. If I, weak-hearted as I am, hadn't done such an outrageous thing. Shannon, you don't have to worry about that anymore. I don't blame you for it. Since long ago, Shannon had often suggested that there was some kind of occult cause for her meeting with George. After listening to her, George had grown to think that she was being a typical girl, associating love with fates, chance, and miracles. He didn't think that smashing the spirit mirror offered at the Torii shrine was... He did think that smashing the spirit mirror offered at the Torii shrine was taking it a bit far. But he'd laughed it off and forgiven her, thinking of it as just a prank that showed how serious she was about her relationship with him. Just breaking a mirror in some musty shrine wouldn't have changed the fate of our meeting, and it would never cause any curse. He tried to cheer her up, saying it was only a musty mirror covered in dust. Ever since I started working on this island, I've heard the story of a spirit called Beatrice-sama from several co-workers. In the beginning, I thought it was ridiculous, since it would appear indiscreet to say anything out loud. Outwardly, I conducted myself as though I also believed it. But could it really? She existed. Beatrice-sama was in the mansion all along, but she lost her powers and wasn't able to appear before us. She did exist all this time, it's just that we couldn't see her. I'd like to hear Genji-san's opinion. I have no opinion. All I want to say is that at that time there were 5 of us in this room. Then I thought that Kanon had returned through the back door. After that, we carried him to the servant room. Something happened, and now Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa will never come back to us. That is all. We have already explained everything we saw. I understand how unreasonable it would be to try and force belief from one who didn't witness those events, such as yourselves. I have no opinion, and I am apolitical, yes. That's him. How do you feel about this, Genji? About this turn of events? He's like, I have no particular opinion one way or the other. How could he believe it? I was sure it was Kanon-san, but got up from the bed and... It's right. When he started to grope about that wound in his chest in that manner, I felt sure that it wasn't Kanon-san, but something else. I doubt you'll be able to understand, George-sama. The terror of that moment when the person I thought I knew well exposed that it was in fact someone else entirely. Can't explain. Can't explain it at all. I understand. I can tell that whatever happened, it was terrifying enough to give you such a shock. Thank you very much, George-sama. And they all fell silent again. Shannon kept crying no matter how many times she was consoled, thinking that listening to the witch's sweet whispers and breaking the spirit mirror on that day had been the mistake that ruined everything. The witch who whispered these things to you loses her powers if that mirror exists, right? I think she explained it to me a little. I don't really remember. I think she said something about how she couldn't release her power as long as that mirror existed. What happened to this mirror that you broke? I don't remember. I left it behind when I broke it, so it's probably just how I left it. So when, as they say, the reef was struck by lightning and disappeared, it must have sank to the bottom of the ocean. Well, I doubt picking it up and tipping it together would make it start working again. What have I done? Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Yeah, there were better ways to say that, George. You probably could have said, well, you know what? The shrine was struck by lightning, so the thing would have been broken anyway, so don't feel too bad about it, instead of the thing you said. He didn't know if Shannon breaking the mirror really had started all this off. Though the servants didn't blame Shannon, they all seemed to believe that her actions had been the root cause. But even now, George wasn't able to go that far. All this talk about witches and evil spirits just sounded fake to him, even though he was trying to be open-minded. Even so, he listened seriously to Shannon's story, trying to find a hint that might relieve at least a little of the pain in her heart. I mean, she gave you one and you kind of fumbled it. Come to think of it, though it's surely different from the one in the toady. I have heard that Madame keeps a spirit mirror as a charm. Really? On Natsuhi? Yes. I believe she received it as a memento from her grandfather or something, and that it functioned as a powerful ward against magic. A spirit mirror of high pedigree, I think? I have also heard the same story. Something about the mirror having the power to reflect that which is not good and send it back. If we had that spirit mirror, we could resist Beatrice since she's a witch. Huh? When George proposed this, the servants looked up. The shrine and the torii where it was kept are gone now, but the important thing is that there's still another spirit mirror. I've heard that Natsuhi's family is descended from Shinto priests. Maybe that isn't just a simple mirror. I'm sure I've heard Madame say she keeps it in a treasure box. It might not be very large. I don't think its size is a problem. Even the mirror I broke was just a small, insignificant looking thing. Oh, here we go. The banger. Her opponent is a pole, then we'll have to use the occult to fight back. Staying around here won't solve anything. It's worth trying, if only for some peace of mind. Of course, this didn't mean George had accepted the witch. However, he thought it'd be necessary to have some kind of purification ceremony to heal the wounds in Shannon's heart. This song is so fucking good. This is a Kaiji core song. This is the kind of music you hear in Kaiji. So this story about Natsuhi's spirit mirror was really convenient. Let's go. I won't say anything crazy like, let's go get it and finish off the witch. However, I think it'd be useful to have some sort of charm that can protect us from her. Maria-chan told me about it earlier, but the door to grandfather's room was supposed to be able to repel magic, right? That's our grandfather for you. It means he was pretty good on defense when it comes to the occult. Let's go. To Natsuhi's room. But I think Madame's room is locked. We returned the master keys to Rosa-sama, and even the key box in the servant room is now locked away. In that case, Natsuhi should have had a key on her person. Natsuhi's corpse should still be in the chapel. We probably shouldn't be disturbing it before the police come, but we can give a full explanation later. Whoops, another typo. However, the entrance to the chapel is also locked. Oda-san, can't you break a single glass window with your physical strength? You could smash it with a nearby rock. That's true, we're not trying to get into the room and leave it pristine like it was a murder. We're just trying to break in. Would it really be okay to break the window of that important chapel? When grandfather gets mad at us, I'll take responsibility. From the beginning, I've been ready to fight the whole Ushinomiya family today. I got to get them to accept my engagement to you, so I've been prepared from the start. Let's break the glass, then let's borrow the key from Natsuhi's corpse. George's announcement that he'd take responsibility seemed to have given the servants a great deal of courage. Shannon and Goda looked at each other, then looked at George's face again. Grandfather knows everything about the occult. I'm sure he'll understand if it's the power of Natsuhi's spirit mirror we're talking about. Don't worry, he won't get mad at you. I wonder if Madame's mirror will really be able to seal Beatrice-sama once again. I don't know. I think it's worth trying. So let's go. It's getting darker and darker outside. Quickly. Shannon, get a flashlight. Buddha-san, find something that looks like it can break the glass. Yeah, he's famous for... He's also famous for... I was thinking, why don't you just go inside Ginza's room? And then I thought, oh wait, he's not gonna let you in. Well, that solves one problem, right? If he's not gonna let you in, that means he's not gonna come out either. So... Well, he can get mad all he wants inside that room. I suppose. Sorry, Genji, but can you be on umbrella duty? Yes, sir. The servants who had been rejected by Rosa gained a new master and started to move. George, who was normally calm and gentle, was now radiating dignity. Shannon checked the emergency flashlight. Just in case, she changed the batteries. Oh no, George is boy-bossing. Gola was testing several heavy-looking cooking tools. Normally, a highly praised chef like him wouldn't want to use them for something other than their intended purpose. But now, he was frantic to fulfill the orders of the one he accepted as his master. After some worrying, he took a large, thick-feeling frying pan. Genji removed several umbrellas from the umbrella stand set in the corner near the kitchen door. He took 3 of them. George is robusting. Genji-san, I cannot go with you. It would be embarrassing for me, as a head servant of the Yoshinoya family, if we were all gone when an order is given. But Genji-san, even you must understand how dangerous it is to be alone in this mansion now. I cannot go. I must remain here so that the master can call for me at any time. Genji-san. Go and obey George-san. Be careful not to make any blunders. That's true, his boss is Ginza, not Rosa. And Ginza did not fire him, so he still has to stay here, on call. Goda, I am counting on you to set an example. Yes, leave it to me. I will surely fulfill my duty. You're sure about this, right, Genji-san? Yes. I am already at this age. All the days of my life until now have been spent repaying the debt I owed the master. The roulette will decide the fate of a senile old man like myself. I will sit here and see what the result will be with my own eyes. As Genji-san said that, sat down. As though saying that he didn't intend to discuss this anymore, his gaze fell to the chessboard that he'd played Nanju on. When George saw this, he decided to leave Genji there. Let's go, everyone. It looks like the wind has died down a bit for now. When George took an umbrella and dashed down the hallway, Shannon and Goda chased after him, each holding a tool. George's girl walking. After they flew out the room, Genji quietly stretched his hand out to the side of the chessboard. He softly pulled something there towards himself, covering it with his palm. Genji killed his breathing even more than before. He did. Something flashed gold. From inside an ice pail set on the counter, a small gold butterfly appeared, softly and silently. It was almost as though it had seen George and the rest off, and was trying to secretly chase after them. It happened in an instant. The elegant gold butterfly, flapping its wings, "Hello, Krango," was pinned against the wall by the knife Genji threw. Holy shit. Just like a butterfly in a bug collection. After the butterfly beat its wings several times, looking like it was in pain, it accepted the fact that it couldn't break free, became fine gold powder and smoke, and disappeared as though it had melted into water. Genji still gazed down at the chessboard as though nothing had happened. Maybe he would think up a brilliant move very soon. But no matter what move he made, his opponent would not be able to respond for all eternity. Maybe it's a checkmate. Maybe he can get a checkmate in one move. Even though he knew that, Genji searched for a brilliant move. It must have been the perfect way to kill time during the short period before some fate would be given to him. He didn't know what result the roulette would bring about. But that decision would be made very soon. No one could interfere with the tumbling roulette ball. The door to the parlor was not only locked, but blocked with a barricade made of sofas and the like. Because of that, Aunt Rosa seemed to suspect that any suspicious person approaching would break in through the window. Sitting on a one-person sofa, her back to the door, she continued to hold onto her gun. I didn't know what was what anymore. And even though my body and mind were worn out, I played with Maria, as she wanted. Maria had said it. Beatrice was testing us to see if we could solve the epitaph of the goals. So we had to try and figure out this riddle. In the beginning, I was a little interested and tried to solve it, but I didn't even have a clue where to start in this weird text. I didn't doubt that there was some riddle hidden there, but I seriously doubted I'd be able to suddenly lead to an answer. In the middle part of the epitaph, we see lines going from the 1st to the 10th twilight, telling us to journey to the Golden Lands. On the 1st twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the 2nd twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. It was obvious that this hinted at the first 6 murders that had already occurred in the chapel, and Jessica and Kanonkun's murders. If this was being followed, we still had to be prepared for 5 more people to be killed. On the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Dr. Nanjo and Komasawa Bachan's corpses still haven't been found. However, if this follows the pattern, they are the sacrifices for the 4th and 5th twilights. They'll surely be found in a pitiful state, with their head and chest gouged. So, can we expect that 3 more of us will be gouged in the stomach, knee, and leg and killed? Who will it be? I looked around the room, noticing that there were 3 people here, but how should I put it? My emotions seemed paralyzed. Strangely, I didn't feel frightened. As I leaned against the sofa with the top part of my body gazing up at the ceiling, Maria noticed. Apparently, she felt I was slacking off in my riddle solving. She got mad at me for not taking this seriously enough. Hey, Maria. Oh? What was it again that Beatrice said she'd do if we solved this? I'm sure the witch wrote in her letter that she'd give up on collecting interest or something abstract like that. I optimistically took that to mean she'd give up on killing the whole family. But was it really written with that meaning? For some reason, I couldn't convince myself that solving the riddle would really save me. I feel like maybe even if we do solve it, we'll just be doing what the culprit wants and it'll all be wasted efforts. No, that's not true. If you solve the epitaph, the ceremony will end. So after that, no more people will die. Really? Isn't that rule just something she made up? Whoever solves this riddle will probably learn the location of grandfather's hidden gold. Then she'll definitely go after it and... Ugh. She won't go after it. How can you be so sure? The gold has been Beatrice's from the beginning. She wouldn't go after something that's hers. Then why is Beatrice giving us all these big hints? Not just that, why did she even set up this game-like thing? Risk is essential for magic. Risk. I don't really know what you mean. For example, in a marathon, do you think a medal anyone can get by running the whole thing is worth the same as the medal given only to the person who gets first? No, I don't. So what does this mean? In the end, she's just playing with us? Purposely giving us a chance? Wrong. That's how magic works. No matter how great a work of magic is, it'll always have risks and weak points. No, it must happen. I don't get this stuff you call magic. But if I think about it as a gamble, I can understand a little. If you aren't prepared to lose big, then you can't win big. And the slimmer the chances of winning, the bigger the payoff. That's right, and Beato really did explain the risks of the ceremony to everyone. If this riddle is solved, the ceremony will be suspended. After all, if she breaks her promises, there wouldn't be any risk. If we solve this, will she really keep her promise? Why are flowers beautiful even though they wither? Why is it that an artificial flower isn't beautiful, no matter how elaborate it is, even when you can't tell the difference by looking? Humans can't bring about miracles by gambling on their deaths. If an undying human existed, they'd have no way of bringing about a miracle. That goes for us, life, the witch, and ceremony too. If we don't bear a risk, we can't succeed in anything. What do we do if we solve the riddle? Do we raise a hand and cry, I got it! Tell the witch her answer and see what she says? Ugh. I don't know about that. But if we solve it, the ceremony will surely end automatically. You sure know a lot, Maria. Did you learn all of that from Beatrice? Ugh. So, if you don't bear a risk, nothing can be gained. Is that it? That definitely is the way of the world, but sort of in conflict with the chessboard thinking I like so much. At least when making moves in chess, players grope for the best move, always trying to avoid risk and hoping for an advantageous turn of events. They don't trust a chance like in gambling. That's why Akagi is so good at Mahjong. Because he plays in very, very risky ways. And nobody can read what he's gonna do next. That's right, there's no room for gambling in an intellectual game. And yet, this person called Beatrice has created such an outrageous crime. Or maybe a ceremony, while purposely imposing conditions for her own loss and announcing them to us. In chess, you always play your best move. So by putting yourself in your opponent's position, you can predict your next move. However, we can't be sure that Beatrice's moves are always the best moves possible. I thought she was probably making us focus on the epitaph to fool us in some way, speaking in riddles. A 7 pairs guy. Sometimes. He usually likes to play in whatever fucking hand he can have, but he almost always likes to win with a run. You'll never see that guy winning with a sumo. It is extremely rare for Akai to win with a sumo. If he wins, he's gonna win to kill you. He's not gonna take the easy win. She would need a chess piece to win. Yeah, she might. But according to Maria, that alone was impossible. She said it was a genuine risk that the witch had taken, and therefore proved that this was a formal ceremony for magic. A genuine risk that the witch... Sorry, I'm rereading this stuff. I can't understand this witch called Beatrice. If she's committing this chain of murders with some goal in mind, why did she go to all the trouble of exposing the conditions for her defeats? No matter how I spin the chessboard around and think from my opponent's perspective, I can't understand why she'd give up if this riddle is solved. Isn't it almost as though Beatrice doesn't care whether she wins or loses? Of course, chessboard reasoning won't work against an opponent like that. No one understands. Don't understand. What is Beatrice after that's making her carry out this crime? If she just wanted to massacre us all, she could have done it quietly without this whole crazy setup. There was no need for that kind-hearted advance notice, all this self-aware close room stuff, or any of the rest. But it's all overacting. I got no clue what it means. Will I be unable to understand everything as long as I keep thinking of Beatrice as a greedy human culprit? If I don't accept her as a witch, will my chessboard thinking be stuck before I've even lined up the pieces? If she really is a witch and everything Maria said is true, then there's only one thing for us to do. The theory building in Discord and searching for the culprit has all been pointless. We should have all gathered in the dining hall, combined our knowledge to solve the riddle. By combining the knowledge of that many people, we might have been able to grasp at least the thread of the answer. The greedy humans, each desiring to gain something over their opponents, were getting offered up as sacrifices one by one, while gathering their knowledge together. In the end, did the humans get what they deserved? They thought they were using their brains, but they were actually thinking only of their greedy selves. In the end, chessboard theory is a thinking technique where you project yourself on your opponents. So greedy people see their greedy selves inside their opponents. I looked lazily at Aunt Rosa. She was probably tired from being under all this tension the whole time. She couldn't sleep, but she kept staring vaguely at some point off in space. Aunt Rosa had announced that we couldn't trust anyone who hadn't been killed. Aunt Rosa's chessboard thinking saw herself inside her opponents. In other words, maybe Aunt Rosa was an isolated woman, unable to trust anyone and unable to let her guard down. Long ago, I think I heard a bit about it from my dad. Aunt Rosa was originally a very obedient child, but her age was too far separated from the other siblings, and they often made conflicting demands of her during their confrontations. Thanks to this, she'd undergone a lot of psychologically harsh experiences in her youth. Often, when she copied one of her siblings, another sibling would give her a hard time. True. Aunt Rosa said many things today that could be taken as abusive. Said and done many things that could be taken as abusive. But that means those words were once showered upon her, which is why they were engraved in her vocabulary. The many abusive words that she'd spoken were also words that she'd been showered with in the past. Now that I think about it, I've picked up traces of Uncle Kraus and Aunt Eva in her style of speech from time to time. I assume they were similar because they were siblings, but maybe it's more than that. For the first time, I truly sympathized with Aunt Rosa, who I once thought was warm and gentle all the time. Hello, Fire Mountain. We are doing a psychoanalysis of Aunt Rosa and trying to find out why she's the way she is. Yeah. Then what about Maria? Maria's been making a certain claim for a while. Under no, do you have a hand? You do not gotta hand anything, especially not a gun. Or a child. If we can solve the riddle the witch displayed to us, the ceremony will be halted and we'll definitely be saved. And I think she also said that Beatrice will never break a promise. But this is Maria we're talking about. She herself never breaks promises, and she has the most innocent heart. So she believes Beatrice also won't break her promises. Yeah, okay, I get that one. She's able to believe that. But isn't that just an image of Beatrice in Maria's mind? There's no proof that the real Beatrice always keeps her promises, right? I keep my promises. If you solve the riddle of epitaph, you should be able to reach the Golden Land. When you do, the ceremony will end. No more people will die. So you're saying a complete monster like you follows the rules? I won't deny that I'm brutal and unjust and a monster. However, I am a witch. I use magic. In order to use magic, there are some rules that must be followed. Because I am a witch, I cannot neglect those. You should believe at least that much. So even after all the crazy stuff you've done, you're still telling me to believe at least in the rules? I do play tricks, of course. I also deceive people. I know different from humans in that regard. But not once have I disregarded a promise I've spoken. What about humans? Do you always keep your promises? Should. Since we have catchphrases like keep your promises, it's hard to imagine that we always follow them properly. From my perspective, humans are the truly selfish monsters. There's nothing as dubious as a human's promise. Even I sometimes make contracts with humans, but you wouldn't imagine how strict an agreement must be made just to grant a single foolish wish. If there's even a small loophole, they'll immediately say something like, increase the number of wishes to 100, or go turn yourself into a bean. There's this thing Dad always says. He says there's nothing as scary as contracts. According to him, it's only natural that people who sign without reading them thoroughly will get chewed to the bone. He's made a killing through lies. Imagine it. When people are born, they know nothing of fraud. They get it from somewhere. And so they learn it. Don't turn Beatrice into a bean, please. But imagine a Zoom plushie of Beatrice. Wouldn't that be awesome? Wouldn't you want a Beatrice bean? Yes, the crimes of the human world, where people must press up against each other. Let me see. I've heard that from a witch somewhere. Oh well. I'm not as heartless as you think. You see? Liar. You killed so many people. And you did it in such horrible ways too. How could you not be heartless? You say you keep your promises? Don't say stuff like that. I won't accept you. Ever. I believe my only way to resist you is never giving up on that. I see. So you're saying this eternal torture will be the same for me? Perhaps. 1,000 years is a long time. Maybe a witch's true strength is decided not by their magical power, but by the strength of their endurance. Yes, I can accept how terrifying Lady Byrne is, Lady Byrne mentioned. Damn you, babbling on and on about this incomprehensible stuff. Let's quickly get back to this eternal torture. I'm prepared to stick around for 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Good. Good. It looks like you regained some of your will to fight. It would be boring otherwise. Come now. Don't you often see it in competitive games? Sometimes one player intrudes on their opponent's territory, but the opponent is so weak that it's a bit of an anticlimax, so the first player loses on purpose to extend the game until the last round. During which they get serious and shower their opponent with blows, right? I don't get what that means. I don't know what fighting games are. This is the 80s. It's the same as wine. If you don't let it age well, it won't sparkle. You're the same as that wine. I'll carefully make you age. I'll raise you to be the best alcohol to adorn my elegant time. So don't give up after only this much. Keep on denying me. After all, as long as you don't accept me, I'm nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Which set makes you age? Which set makes you old? They broke the window. No matter how many times I see it, it's awful. I truly sympathize. Shannon-san, please get the key. Even though she is dead, Madame is a lady. I cannot touch her. He respects women. Well, kind of. Kind of, sort of. I mean, Shannon is right here. Of course. Shannon nodded sharply, her expression filled with a sense of duty. George, Goda, and Shannon had broken a suitable window and were inside the chapel. Since they really hadn't wanted to break one, they'd searched for another way in, just in case. But in the end, after proving once again that there was nowhere they could slip in through, it only became more obvious that this chapel was a mysterious closed room. Inside the chapel, time had stopped ever since the last time they'd left it. Even George wasn't able to approach the gruesome Halloween party again. It was only natural. It reminded him again of the sadness of losing both parents at once. Also, it was really fucking gross. And Goda, thinking of the possibility that those corpses might have changed in some horrible way now that half a day had passed, didn't want to let George get near them. Shannon followed Goda's instructions and approached the party table. That's really fucking funny. Like, no, I respect women. I can't touch a woman even if they're dead. Anyway, Shannon, go touch the corpse. Normally, Shannon might have resented having another dirty job forced on her. But now she could truly understand Goda's mental state. Even though Goda had prodigious skill, he'd gotten dragged into trouble. Losing his job and ended up left out in the streets before Natsuki gave him a new life. Though it had been just a casual employment decision for Natsuki, Goda must have thought it a turning point in his fate. Those around Goda could see that he felt a special kind of loyalty to Natsuki. Oh, he doesn't want to feel like he's looting her. So he probably didn't want to lose that feeling, even after her death. Now that half a day had passed, the bodies of Natsuki and the rest had changed completely. Small bugs sniffing out the smell of death had started to gather. It really wasn't something you'd want to look at directly. Madam, excuse me. Because of her long experience as servants, Shannon had an idea of which pocket Natsuki kept the key to her room in. It would probably be this pocket. Her guess didn't fail her. Just by touching the outside of the pocket, she was immediately able to feel it. It's here. The key to Madam's room. Shannon held the key up high, showing the others that it had been found. As George and Goda watched her, their eyes opened wide. That wasn't the expression Shannon was expecting, so it startled her. After all, Shannon hadn't noticed. George and Goda, watching from afar, noticed it first. When Shannon had held the key up high, a blizzard of gold leaf had seeped up from around the table. They were countless gold butterflies. It was the first time George had seen them, so it might have looked like some kind of illusion. But Goda already knew. He knew that those gold butterflies were far from beautiful, and that they would bring about some kind of misfortune. And that glow swelled, trying to suck Shannon in. Shannon-san! Run! Huh? Ah! Shannon also realized that gold butterflies were trying to swallow her. She ran unsteadily, her expression of still shocked. As she did, the gold butterflies danced around her all at once. They grouped together. They tried to swallow her up. Shannon! Damn it, what is this? These gold butterflies you guys were talking about? Are these the gold butterflies, right? Outside, quickly! You bastards! Damn it! Damn it! George and Goda rushed up to Shannon, driving off the cloud of butterflies. And while the butterflies were scattered, they ran towards the broken window. However, they needed a good footing to get out the window, which was surrounded by shards of broken glass. When they'd entered, there had been enough time to prepare for that. But now there was none. Guys, have you never broken into a broken window? You break it, and then you meticulously break off the ones on the bottom of the window so that you don't get caught when you're trying to get in or out. This is common knowledge. Let's go out through the door. There's no time to look for footing. It won't open. Duck! Give it to me. Damn this piece of crap. Ugh! George-sama, quickly! Damn it! Don't take me lightly! Oh! Everyone has done this, it's true. Gora took off his jacket, swinging it around and scattering the group of butterflies. But saying he was outnumbered would be a real understatement. It was doubtful that it even bought them a short amount of time. George struggled with the broken handle. Its age showed, and it didn't turn well. I can't leave it to strength, it needs the right angle. There's some trick to it. George-sama! Damn it! You monsters! At that moment, Goda saw it. He was seen by it. In other words, their eyes met. On top of the party table. No, with the stained glass behind it, floating, laughing, was the figure of the witch. He saw the figure of the laughing witch in the center of the golden whirlwind, with the gold butterflies whirling about at the ready. Beatrice! It should have been Goda's first meeting with her, but he knew her at a glance. Just like the other servants had said, this was certainly the witch of the portrait herself. It's almost time for dinner, is it not? I am the host of this mansion now, so I must give you a warm reception before your wonderful dinner. And look, we even have 3 people fit to order. My, how truly, truly convenient. Ah! Oh fuck, this track plays in this episode? I love this track. It's open! Goda-san, quickly! Beatrice-sama. Huh? Are you sure it's a good idea to just stand there? If you think this place will make a fitting cemetery for yourself, then be my guests. I must praise your spirit for wanting to stay by your former master's sides and serve him even after death. The golden whirlwind that's wrapped around the witch's wrist. It was like an evil hand that literally spread its fingers and was trying to attack them. The cloud of gold butterflies attacked with a fluttering sound. Hurry! We can't stay here. George's voice brought Shannon and Goda back to their senses. Standing here now would make them like frogs getting stared down by a snake. They had to resist. They had to fight this incarnation of the new, brutal and frightening order in which Rokenjima had been enveloped. There was no time to take out their umbrellas. The three of them dashed out into the pouring rain. The three of them never realized because they didn't turn around. But the gold butterflies apparently couldn't handle the rain too well. And this hampered their ability to chase after the humans. The three people ran from their golden pursuers and flew into the mansion. How nice, how nice. It wouldn't be as fun any other way. They unlocked the door and dashed into the room. A bit of the scent from Natalie's favorite gentle incense remained in there. However, there was no time to let that come in now. Where is it? You said it was in a treasure box, right? It's just a story I heard. I never heard exactly where it was. I think I'll probably be in her dresser next to the bed. Shannon's womanly sensibilities led her to conclude that. I'm going to screenshot this one. Okay, there. But next to the bed, there was only an incense burner, a half-wrapped novel, and glasses. However, the dresser was elegant and had many drawers, and it would be understandable if she kept some of her valuables there. I'm not so deep. Sorry! He began to violently open each one of the drawers. He had to hurry. He couldn't actually hear footsteps, but he had the feeling that the witch was approaching. He had the feeling that her laugh was approaching. He emptied the drawers one by one and examined their contents. Every small box for makeup looked like a treasure box, and the amount of effort it would take to inspect all of them made him feel a little dizzy. Maybe it's Dick's box. It's locked and I can't open it. At a glance, it looks slightly larger than a music box. When shaken, it rustled, as though various small objects were inside. But it was locked and it didn't open. Normally, you'd hide the key somewhere nearby, though some people would always carry it on their person. Oh no, oh no. There's no choice. Break it. But we can't do it with force, right? We might break the mirror inside. Could there be a tool to pry it open? Damn it. Goda looked all over the room, trying to see if there was some tool that they could use. And he noticed the door, which had been left open ever since they'd entered. He approached the door to close it, and saw the abominable shadows of people approaching from beyond the darkness in the hall. No, it wasn't shadows of people, because they weren't human at all. George-sama! Hurry! Goda's voice trailed off. It was the shock of seeing procession of those not of this world. He was a servant, so he knew all the servants working for the Ushinomiya family. But he didn't know about these. However, they were definitely servants, and not servants working for Ushinomiya kings or Ushinomiya crowds. These new servants who worked for the new master of the mansion, the Golden Witch Batorichi, had goat heads and bright red boiled eyes of lava. As the new master laughed loudly and grimly directed 6 of the new servants, he saw them approach, piercing the darkness as they came. Of course, she was clad in the gold butterflies that were her symbol. Oh, they were. Goda hurriedly closed the door and locked it. However, just as he locked it, it returned to normal. Just as though a spring or something had knocked it back. It gave the illusion that some prankster beyond the door was unlocking it every time it locked its awesome noise. They couldn't have reached the other side of the door yet. So who was doing it? And how? It almost felt like playing with a broken toy. Not the Looney Tunes sound effect. Ah! It won't lock! Even if I lock it, it unlocks! What's going on? Damn it, damn it, damn it! Did you think the lock would stop me? Did you think the door to that room could hold back that room's new master? It was like the witch could see Goda's frantic effort through the door. Even now, the footsteps continued to approach. And when not just their footsteps, but even their breath could be heard, Goda gave up on the lock and slammed into the door, locking it using his own large body. George-sama, quickly, quickly, quickly! George-sama, what about this? A letter opener? That's better. Let me have it. The fountain pen isn't working. George took it and once again ducked into the crack under the edge of the treasure box. It looks like it's working. Quickly, quickly! Ah! The pressure from across the door grew even stronger. Goda screams. This wasn't a war cry during the test of strength. He was terrified. He was simply terrified that nothing but a single wooden door was stopping him from touching something not of this world. But he was still lucky. He wasn't touching the things directly, because they were on the other side of the door. So if he were to touch them directly, Goda's cry would surely turn from something brave into a pathetic, piercing scream, and therefore one that was more real. Goda couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. Coming through a door, an arm was slipping straight through the door like it was water. As though doing this was the most natural thing in the world, and it rubbed the back of Goda's hand as he frantically tried to hold the door shut. It slid to his arm, to his chest, and then up to his chin. But by now, Goda's scream wasn't even audible anymore. You could hear a sweet whispering voice from across the door. It wasn't coming from the witch, but it sounded like a young woman. However, that didn't change the fact that came from someone not of this world. So cute. Hey, you see it, right? Your life flashing before your eyes. Let me know when it's over, okay? Thanks. It's over already, isn't it? That lewd arm burst. Then they heard the sound of something jumping around the room at an incredible speed. They didn't know what it was. Incredibly fast, small, like steel or maybe a beetle. When it buried itself right in the center of Goda's chest and stopped, they realized for the first time that its true form was something like a stake with a strange design on it. Goda's large body shook, bent backwards, and fell over. As it did, the door opened softly, even though no one was pushing it, welcoming in the new master of this room. It looked almost as though the door itself had accepted him. The gold attendants came in one after another, 6 of them. Then that witch came in, and the gold butterflies came in. The room was wrapped in a blizzard of gold leaf, which fell and piled up, turning it more and more into a world of gold. Shannon, the roulette has chosen you and George. Thank me for your day of release. Do you have any regrets? You don't, do you? Receiving an engagement ring from the man you fell for and then being killed before spending your first night together? That hardly counts as a regret at all, right? You wanted him to hold you, didn't you? You wanted him to teach you a woman's joy, right? No, Shannon, you dribbling, see? Your regret is dripping down from your mouth. I can see it dribbling down from your mouth, Shannon. It was the sound of the lid to the treasure box breaking open. When George turned it over, accessories, charms, various small objects that Nazi had treasured when she was a girl fell out. Mixed in with that was a pouch that stood out from the rest. He picked it up and was immediately sure. This was it. I found it. This is it. So close and yet so far. Die. Damn it! All at once, the gold butterflies attacked George, who was currently trying to remove the contents of the pouch. At that time, a bright red flash seemed to light up the room for an instant. That red flash seemed to cut a hole in the cloud of gold butterflies raging around the room, drawing a circle with Shannon at the center. So the resultant scene seemed truly divine. Almost as though a single streak of light had cut through the clouds in this world of gold. George, who was curled up in a ball, trying to protect himself from the group of butterflies, didn't have a clue what was going on. Then he noticed that Shannon was standing guard in front of him, shielding him, as she glared at the witch and the rest with a serious face she'd never shown him before. I'd forgotten. You're another sample of Kinsel's outstanding furniture. And you mature much more than Canon. How could you do that to Canon-kun? I don't mean killing him. How could you erase his remains and even try to disgrace his honor? Come now, Shannon. Is that why you're mad? If you're lonely because Shannon hasn't been around, just let me know and I'll let you see him whenever you like. When the witch snapped her fingers, one of the 6 gold attendants, glittering gold, changed into Canon. It was definitely a sight to make one doubt their eyes. It was definitely Canon's face. However, in those eyes, the glint of Canon's integrity was nowhere to be seen. They were the hazy eyes of furniture that only obeyed the orders of the witch. George couldn't understand the scene right before his eyes. And he finally understood why Golda and the rest had been unable to talk about what they'd seen in the servant room. Are you enjoying this? Yes, I am. It's always fun to reunite a pair that have been torn apart by death. After all, I get to enjoy tearing them apart by death, reuniting them, and tearing them apart again. So, Canon, go and play with your sister. If she knocks you about, let her see you suffer with all the anguish you can manage. From the impostor Canon's arm, a strangely shining curve extended. He planned to tear Shannon apart with that. With a single stroke, he would attack Shannon, who still hadn't prepared her gardens. I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you for dishonoring the dead, not just once, but twice. Enough babbling. Go get killed by your brother, Shannon. I'm sure you'll bear witness to a wonderful dream. The imposter Canon certainly seemed to lunge at Shannon, drawing several purple curves. But when he flew at her, it was as though some kind of invisible wall had been placed in front of her. The wall repelled the imposter, leaving a bright red ripple on its surface. No, it didn't repel him, it smashed him. It knocked him back, turning him into golden dust, into little bits, scattering him. That foolish furniture who had taken Canon's form and even disgraced his honor after death, broke into countless gold butterflies, and then those butterflies themselves broke into pieces. And those pieces were broken into pieces, until they were no longer butterflies, but a golden splash that faded away. Shannon! George-sama, please don't move from that spot. I don't want to shift the central axis. Well, this is certainly a surprise. So, though your face makes it look as though you wouldn't hurt a fly, you can display such power? I see. So that spirit mirror is lending you strength. But you don't have the tools or the time to draw out its true power. I won't let you have either of those. The spirit mirror George gripped had let out a divine glow, displaying a strength powerful enough not to submit to wicked forces. But that glow was no match for the witch's sinister nature. This is why furniture can be frightening. That feeling like unexpectedly stubbing your little toe on the corner of a cabinet. Yes, this is why furniture can be frightening. You furniture! I am not furniture. And right now you seem very pitiful to me. What? Oh. What did this furniture, who hasn't lived even 100 years, just say to a 1,000-year-old witch? You're a very pitiful person. Of course, two people in love will have regrets when they're separated. But they'll feel none of the kind of regret you're hoping for. You dare to speak, furniture? Have you forgotten the days when you were so desperate to be tied to George that you licked my shoes? Living with love and crawling through the muck is what humans do. I'll consider it. It might be too powerful of a weapon for you. If you sneer and look down on them for that, you're far inferior to them. Especially now, I pity you. How precious it is for a loving couple when they bring their love to fruition by sleeping together on their first nights. It does have a meaning, it definitely does. But it's completely different from what you're saying. It means something so sacred that one such as you has no right to speak of it wickedly. So I no longer have any regrets. George's son and I have sworn our love to each other. As proof, I accepted his room. With that, our eternal vows were completed. No matter how you torture us with your wicked magic and your malice, you cannot disgrace eternity. Huh. Don't speak in cheap ideals like some poets. Love is lust, totally meaningless unless you're sleeping together. Men are mere flies and maggots that get drawn to your female scent and crowd around you. Do you still not understand at your age? You'll despair the very first time you witness the dark lust of that glasses man behind you. You'll be crushed, shocked, dumbfounded, stupefied, and it's all useless, Shannon. No, it's rubbing off on her too. Yeah, that's enough talk out of you, you furniture. Who the hell do you think you are talking like that, no matter how beautiful you try to make love sound? In the end, it's a fraud because love is filthy filth. Don't people become adults when they realize that? Die, you trash, furniture, scrap. I'll turn into a filthy maggot, then we'll see whether that glasses guy still loves you. I'll show you that this guy's only had his eyes on your flesh. Die, you piece of crap. Don't you tell me about love. The invisible column of light with Shannon at the center started to have bright red ripples drawn all over it at once. The wall did its best to withstand the unseeable malice that tried to grow in on them from all directions. What? Do you actually think you're resisting? You're insignificant, you're frail. Just like your cheap ideals, just a frail pretense. You're just hiding what you don't want to see by covering it with a veil. Do you still not understand? That's why you're furniture, you furniture. See, it's being erased. Crash, crunch, smack, snap. How thin, how shameful. Didn't even finish, she's really going. She's really ranting right now. The golden windstorm that covered the room gradually began to shave the walls of that column that protected Shannon and George. That auto skip, by the way. I didn't press continue. That auto skipped. The bright red ripples frantically drew a resisting pattern. But that just turned it into a red wall of despair that began to wrap the two of them up. George-san, I'm sorry. It was too much for me, after all. Yeah, thank you. You fought for my sake. That alone makes me happy. Oops, sorry, a little bit of a seizure warning. The round wall that had once protected them was assaulted and covered with a carpet of bright red ripples as it seemed to scream. And it began to suck the two of them up instead. Uh-oh, here he goes again. She's turning into a corn cob. She's not very happy with what's going on right now. She's crashing out a little bit. George-san, can I ask a favor? Shannon grasped George's hand behind her. So George hugged her shoulders just as strongly. What is it? In the end, please let me hear you say, I love you. Yeah. Sayo, I will Well, that's the end of that scene. It is now 9 p.m. Yep, it was pretty much that. After Genji finished his late meal, he went out to do the nighttime rounds inside the mansion. He did in some reheated soup that Goda had made, along with some random leftovers from the refrigerator. That does sound good. Genji was fucking eating good tonight. Those were all things Goda had made himself and were, of course, delicious. Reheated soup. He had half-heartedly gone to ask Rosa and the others what they would do for dinner. But he'd been yelled at by a voice telling him that the canned food they had would be enough. And the door wasn't even open for him. How are you gonna heat it up, though? Even if it's canned, you do still need to heat it up. So, ironically, the servant Genji was able to eat a more delicious meal. But why was it that Genji wasn't afraid to do the rounds all by himself? Even though all of those crimes had been committed and many people had already been met of brutal ends. Judging by his appearance as he carried out his usual task without a trace of fear, as though everything was normal, you might think all of the horrible events that they had been no more than a dream or an illusion. No, I think it's really good. I really like soup in general, so I'm perfectly fine with leftover soup. I do like to heat it up in the stove, though. I don't like heating it up in the microwave. It doesn't heat up evenly. Even if it's reheated, I have to reheat it in the stove. Was he talking a philosophic view, or had he just accepted his fate? Genji must have considered it a virtue that when the fate that awaited him was unavoidable, he carry out his duty systematically until the last moment. Do I have a favorite kind of soup? Not really. Not really. I don't really have a favorite kind of soup. The depth of his heart would probably remain hidden for all eternity. Unless he spoke of them himself. Because, like, I don't really like eating fish for the most part, but even I like fish soup. He had returned his master key to Rosa, so the places he could reach were extremely limited. French onion soup. I don't know if I had that one. But I'm a cat. Yeah. It's complicated. It's hard. It's a hard life for me. I get bullied a lot. That's what you get for being raised by dogs. All he could do was walk around the hallways, checking to make sure all the windows were closed. That probably made his rounds go a lot faster than usual. At the sound of a reserved knock, Aunt Rosa, who had been falling into a doze, jumped and woke up, pointing the barrel of the gun at the door as she yelled. Who is it? I was napping on a sofa, and that voice also brought me back to reality. Rosa-sama, it is I, Genji. Do you have some business? Don't worry about opening the door. Tell us from here. Oh, from there. Yes, ma'am. In that case, forgive me for speaking in this fashion. I have found Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa's corpses. What did you say? I see. Very well, let's go and check them. Until I see the corpses, I won't believe anyone. Ugh. It's okay, Butler. If you stay with me, I'll definitely be okay. May my face seemed to be darkened with anxiety. Maria grasped my hand with her small hand and spoke softly, trying to give me courage. Since it was Aunt Rosa's job to ready the gun and stand guard, it fell to me to remove the barricade of sofas. When I finished, I took a backwards glance at Aunt Rosa, who was pointing the barrel of the gun over my shoulder, and opened the door. Genji-san, where are their corpses? In the courtyard. I shall guide you. Badler-kun. Wait. Just in case, let's check the doors and windows of this room. Wait a second. Aunt Rosa called me to a halt to prevent me from going on ahead and began to carefully check the locks on each of the windows. But those locks had already been checked once. It felt kind of unpleasant, though she suspected that I might have secretly unlocked them when she wasn't looking. No, maybe Aunt Rosa was right to be this cautious. Though it was called a courtyard, it wasn't really a pretty place you could take a walk in, like the Rose Garden. On the contrary, since it was surrounded by the mansion on all sides, it made you feel a little uncomfortable, as though it was telling you that there would be no escape from this mansion no matter where you tried to run. On the other hand, that meant that even though you could still hear the violent winds, the wind itself was blocked. Genji-san held out an umbrella, but Aunt Rosa ignored him. She was probably hinting that the gun took two hands and it would be dangerous if she took the umbrella. We didn't need Genji-san pointing for us to notice. Right in the center of the courtyard, we could see where Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san lay. Aunt Rosa entered the courtyard without even opening an umbrella. So Genji and I also entered the courtyard without opening one. Only Maria opened hers. Maria, is this... you know what? Oh. just the 7th and 8th twilights. I see. We should wait for the description, and then we'll see the bios. Certainly, just as Genji-san and the others said, there are horrible ones under net. The cuts are quite sharp. Almost as though they were sliced with a katana or something. Those gaping wounds on their necks definitely made me want to avert my eyes. But after seeing that Halloween party in the chapel, even though they looked horrible, they were no longer enough to make me feel sick. More importantly, our gazes fell to their legs, to Dr. Nanjo's knee, to Kumasawa-san's ankle. Driven into each of them was something like a knife or stake with a demonic design. The knee and the ankle, huh? They must have been the same as the thing that had pierced Jessica's back. What is this? It's just like what happened to Jessica-chan. Is this supposed to be some kind of occult ceremony? I wonder. I do not know. The last time I saw their bodies, there was nothing like this. Maybe it was done after they were carried out of the servant room. The one stuck into Dr. Nanjo's knee was still standing erect. But the one that had been thrust into Kumasawa-san's ankle might have been a little shallower. It had come out and fallen over. So by looking at the one that had fallen over for the first time, I realized that it wasn't a knife, but something like a stake. Its full length was probably about 30 centimeters. It was probably made out of bronze or iron or something of the sorts. Even without touching it, I could tell it had some weight to it. It was composed of a grip and a cone-shaped parts, and it was obviously made to be a piercing weapon. Maybe it was like a miniature version of those lances Western knights use on horseback. The spiral-shaped ditches in it made it also look like a small drill. However, the grip had an occult design modeled off a demon or something. So instead of a weapon used in war, it felt like something that would be used in a ceremony to offer up living sacrifices. There's no mistake. They're meant to be sacrifices. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Wait a sec. That means they've left out the 4th, 5th, and 6th twilights. Could it be? Of course. Why is Genji-san alone? If something like this has happened, why aren't George Aniki, Goda-san, and Shannon-chan here? Why was Genji-san alone? What's going on? Where did George Kwon and the other two go? They said they wanted to search for something in Madame Natsui's room, and they left. They have not returned yet. What did you say? You say that they left, but when was that? 2 or 3 hours ago, I believe. No way! Why didn't you tell us something that... Wait, no. Why didn't you think that was suspicious? There must be at least one servant on standby at all times. It was my duty to wait for orders until they returned. Was Genji-san really this much of a robot? This is bad. This is really bad. Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san were killed like this, which means that 3 people have already been killed. Okay, hang on. Let me see. Now it's time. His corpse, which had gone missing, was later found in the courtyard. At that time, it had a weapon shaped like a stake ran into its knee. But this, the 7th twilight, is finished. Same description, ram into its ankle. With this, even the 8th twilight was finished. We ran towards Natsui's room, with a touch of anxiety and just as much resignation. Before we even saw the inside of Natsui's room, we were forced to resign ourselves to certain facts. On that door was a bizarre scribble. No. Bill? Anyway, the room wasn't in an ordinary state, and without even opening the door, we could imagine what we'd find inside. On the face of the door, how should I say it? Handprints, done heavily with the same red paint as the magic circles from before, had banged on the door, scratched at it, dirtied it. It looked like the aftermath of a kindergartner playing in the mud. I didn't know what it could mean. The bright red paint that had been slathered on was dripping down, and even though no one said it, it made us think of blood. Genji-san, please open it. Aunt Rosa held her gun up high and ordered Genji-san to open the door. Genji-san approached it without seeming particularly troubled by that stuff on it, and turned the knob, but immediately turned around, shaking his head. It was locked. At that moment, there was only one person in this mansion who could lock and unlock doors at will: Aunt Rosa. This time, Genji-san asked Aunt Rosa to unlock the door instead of the other way around. After frowning slightly for a second, Aunt Rosa handed me a master key and told me to open the door. Bad lyric one. You open it for me with this? Just trusting Genji-san with something like that wouldn't... Aunt Rosa glared at me intensely. Getting into a fight here would only make the mood turn even more sour. Without talking back anymore, I approached that creepy door and tried the knob. It didn't open. It was definitely the resistance of the lock. I stuck the master key into the keyhole. Plunk. There was a slight resistance. Aunt Rosa told me to be on my guard, and I opened the door without really guarding myself in any way. And then, there was a scene laid out before us that didn't betray my expectations at all. Horrible. As I thought, it's a reproduction of the 4th, 5th, and 6th Twilights. Oh. The inside of the room looked as though a robber had just broken in. Jars had been flung open, pulled out, had their contents thrown about all over the place. Leaving the room so cluttered, you'd never believe it belonged to the methodical Anatsuhi. The very first thing that caught our eyes was Goda-san's corpse lying face down right in front of the door. Right in the center of his chest, almost as though it had been stuck there to finish off a vampire, was one of those demon stakes from before. Exactly how far could it have reached after being stuck that deeply into his chest? Just imagining it would make anyone's chest hurt. Wasn't gouging the chest the 5th Twilight? Oh. Maria grabbed my hands. Her expression looked just like normal, but maybe she really was afraid of the aura in this room where 3 corpses lay. And along the wall farthest into the room, George Aniki lay dead. This time, one of those stakes had been rammed right into the center of his stomach. Wasn't gouging the stomach the 6th Twilight? Shannon Champ's corpse was face down in front of the dresser, lying in a sea of blood. Had she seen her own face at the end in that horribly broken mirror stained with blood? Because she was lying that way, I couldn't see her face, but I could guess even without seeing it. Nearby, in the sea of blood she lay in, a demon stake had fallen. Only the 4th Twilight was left. Gouge the head and kill. Maybe my heart was totally worn out and dead. Even though I knew it was wrong, I lifted her head and checked. And I confirmed that my guess had been right on the mark. There was a gaping hole in Shannon-chan's head, and the insides were dripping out. Not only that, you could even see inside her. After seeing that, I finally realized that I was doing something wrong. I immediately averted my eyes. But by now, it was probably pointless. Hey, Battler-kun! You mustn't touch anything until the police come. What do you think you're doing, touching it? What will you do if our precious evidence on the scene gets disturbed? Aunt Rosa got violently mad at me and even tugged at the back of my collar. I tottered limply and fell on my butt, gazing dimly up at the ceiling. Maria. Well, with this, even the 8th twilight is over. What was the 9th twilight again? On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive and none shall be left alive. I see. After this, the golden witch Vatorice will be revived. What then? On the final 10th twilight, on the 10th twilight at Journey's End, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Lance treasures once and for the last time. Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. Very soon. The witch shall be revived and none shall be left alive. We're gonna die now? Or does this mean the ceremony of sacrifices is over? And then now, at Journey's End, we'll reach the Golden Lands. What is our journey? We spent the whole day trying to find the culprit, spinning our heads as we tried to break out of this situation. And we haven't gotten anywhere. It's like they say, thinking stupid is no better than sleeping. That's right, we've spent the whole day burning ourselves up with hatred and paranoia. We were so sure we could only trust the dead, that we came all the way here just to confirm these 3 deaths with our own eyes. If we're like this, why should we be able to make it to the Golden Lands? That's right, if we couldn't resolve any of our problems anyway, it would have been so much better if we'd locked ourselves up the whole time without thinking at all. Grandfather is the wisest of us. He's been shut up in his room since yesterday, without any contact with anyone. That was the right decision. Grandfather was the most correct of us all. That's true. It's okay, Battler. If you're with me, you'll be okay. The witch is very fickle, and she's a terrifying being who might kill humans partly for fun sometimes. However, if you're with me, you'll be okay. So don't be afraid. Thank you. Even if you're saying it to console me, I'm glad. After Aunt Rosa finished investigating their corpses, she announced that she'd seal this room again. Chased the rest of us out, stole back the master key she'd lent me, and locked the door again. Apparently, George Janicki had been holding the key to Aunt Natalie's room. He also collected them. Take notes. Wait a sec. She's got all of the master keys on her person. If Natsuki's own key was locked up inside this room, doesn't that make it another closed room? So what? Is this the 4th closed room? Now that the suspicion surrounding those 3 had been cleared, we returned to the parlor once more. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. If only the dead are innocent and everyone alive is a wolf. At least only me, and Rosa, Maria, and Genji-san. And besides us, there's only Grandfather and that 19th person. I guess we've seen no trace of Beatrice. 13 people have died, and 6 are left. How would a wolves and sheep puzzle with only 6 people end? Even though a puzzle that started with 19 people had been reduced to 6, I can't think of an answer. We return to the parlor. Let's see, so how many? 6 people? Oh yeah, I guess so. We returned to the parlor. I was a bit worried that while we were gone, a creepy magic circle or something might have been drawn on the parlor door. But thankfully, we didn't find anything like that. Thank you, Genji-san. This is far enough. Please rest for the day. Certainly. Then, please excuse me. Hey, Aunt Rosa. Are you saying you'll leave Genji-san all alone in a situation like this? That's right. I do think it's quite dangerous. But in that case, why is he safe? After those 3 headed to Natsuki Nesan's room, he was alone the whole time. And yet he's safe. It's a wolf and sheep puzzle. Why would a sheep be safe if it was all alone, and therefore in its weakest possible position? Probably because by coincidence there weren't any wolves around. Wrong. It's because it wasn't a sheep. Are you saying Genji-san's a wolf? He said he was alone in the kitchen, but that's impossible to prove. The only ones who could have carried Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa to his corpses who could have killed George and the rest were him and Beatrice, right? Wait, with that argument, anyone... Butler-sama, thank you for your concern. I believe trust is won not with 100 excuses, but with simple faithfulness. Even if I am not able to gain your trust, I wish to be faithful until the end. Kenji-san. Then we're decided. If you truly are innocent, the police will prove that for us when they come tomorrow. So, until then, we cannot remove you from suspicion. After your long years of service, I find it truly painful to treat you so poorly. But please understand about tonight. And, when tomorrow comes, please let us make up again. Genji-san gave his head a small shake. Today and tomorrow, I will continue to be a servant of the Yoshiromiya family. If you need anything, please say so at any time. Then, if you will excuse me. After hearing all that, there was nothing left to say. Genji-san bowed deeply and left down the hall. Hang on, let me see the descriptions. We haven't seen them yet. So first we got you. Goda. Died in Natsuki's room with his chest pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. At the 5th twilight, gouged the chest and killed. The cook was cooked. Damn. Fucking got his ass. Then let's do George. Died in Natsuki's room with his stomach pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. At the 6th twilight, got the stomach and kill. It was possible that they would have ended up as the 2nd twilight. After these guys, okay. And now Shannon. Died in Natsuki's room with her forehead pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. At the 4th twilight, gouged the head and killed. She spent her last moments with her beloved. Okay. There is no corpse and yet he's dead. The witch said so in red, so he's definitely dead. Even though there's no corpse. It's the same description from before. Because there's still no corpse. But it's in red. He died. He's dead. If we cannot trust the red text, who can we trust? Then we entered the room. Even though Aunt Rosa still held all of the master keys herself, she thoroughly checked the inside of the parlor again. She opened the curtains and checked again to make sure the windows were locked. As I watched... How should I say it? I felt like I didn't really matter anymore. If I said anything careless, it would turn into another fight. For a while, I gazed at her from the corridor, figured I'd waited just about long enough, and entered the parlor behind her. She doesn't trust anyone but the dead. Why doesn't she just go around killing everyone with the gun she's got on her hands? And then, in the end, she'll realize that she herself is the wolf. Then she can just blast through the head of the final wolf and close the curtain on this insane murder drama. As I thought that bitterly, I returned to the sofa where I had been in camp before, rudely resting both of my feet on the table. When I tried to do that, I found something there and stopped moving my feet. What is this? Right there, almost as though it had been addressed to me, was a Western envelope. It was that envelope from the portal, with the seal of the one-winged eagle. And it wasn't opened. Wait. What is this? Who put it in a place like this, and when? Until I went with everyone to check the corpses. I was sitting here the whole time. And there wasn't anything there then. When I returned, it was here. It's okay. Everything's still locked up securely. This room is safe. I heard Rosa muttering that. Wait. We made sure this room was safe when we left it. We checked that the windows were all perfectly locked. Then we locked it up, came back, and the windows were still locked. Then, wait. Put this letter here. And how? I opened the letter. 2 pieces of stationery came out. The first page had a magic circle drawn on it with something like blood. If I asked Maria, she'd probably know what it meant. And there was writing on the other page. Have you made progress in solving the epitaph? In just a short while, your time will be up in a flash. The night twilight will begin quite soon. There was no mistake. It was a letter from Beatrice. Oh? Battler. What is that? When we came here just now, it was sitting right here. What happened, Maria? Huh? Battler-kun. That letter. Wait, it was sitting right here. Why? Even though we checked to make sure this room was locked. Why? Why? Maria, come here. And Rosa closed her eyes just a little. And after thinking silently for a moment, told Maria to come. Maria obeyed her mother's words. As she did, something unbelievable happened. Aunt Rosa pointed the barrel of that gun at me. Battler-kun, I've concluded that you are a wolf. Why? When I came into the room just now, I saw that there was nothing at all on the table. And I know that Maria did not approach that table. We're talking about a short stretch of time. But the only one who claims to have approached the table and found the letter is you. You... Wait, that's so screwed up. Why would I put something like this here? Wait, I just found something suspicious and reported it, right? Why are you suspecting me? Because only you could have set that letter there. That's right, this is all a charade. You pulled an envelope from your pocket and then acted as though you just found it. To create the illusion that the witch entered a closed room, got down the letter, and left. Dumbass. Are you thinking like that again? Are you going to suspect me because of something like that? Cut it out. My dad and everyone else were killed. Why would I take part in this culprit scheme? True. Even if you were offered a large sum of money, I don't want to believe in the existence of the sort of demon who could sell out their own parents. Then again, maybe such a demon does exist. No, that's a bad way to say it. What if you did impute Rudolf Nissan and Kiria-san as your parents? What? Think about what you're saying. That is that, right? Of course I'm not related to Kiria-san by blood, but she's like a big sister to me. No way in hell I'll let comment like that slide, you bastard. Ugh! Stop it! Oh! Stop saying ugh. I'm sorry. That was a bad way to put it. True. Ushiromiya Battler-kun may be Rudolf Nissan's child. But are you really that Battler-kun? What the hell are you talking about? If I'm not Battler, who else do I look like? All of us, including Rudolf Nissan, are seeing you for the first time in 6 years. No one can prove that you are really Ushiromiya Battler, right? She's absolutely off her rocker right now. She's completely lost it. Maybe you aren't Battler, but someone who snuck in, making a skillful bid to steal the wealth of the Ushiromiya family. Can you clearly prove that you're Ushiromiya Battler? Right here, right now? Cut it out, damn it! I'm me! Ushiromiya Battler! If we're gonna suspect even things like that, are you really Ushiromiya Rosa? I'm myself, no one else. Yeah, that's right. It's as you say, just as you say. You can't trust anyone but corpses and yourself. If you're gonna go that far, let me make an objection. George Aniki and the others were found dead, and Anna's room was locked. George Aniki had the key to that room, right? And by now, the only one with the master key is you, Aunt Rosa, right? Oh, aren't you the only one who could have unlocked that room? My theory goes like this. You're in contact with the real culprits. And while I wasn't looking, you lent them one of the 5 master keys. I didn't do something like that. See? There are 5 of them here, right? If that matters, you could have had them set it in a pre-arranged spot and collected it, right? And weren't you the one who doubted whether there really were 5 master keys? So, how do you suggest that someone other than yourself played that letter there? Until you find proof someone else did it, you're a wolf. Shut up! Then why don't you show me some proof? How do you claim the culprit killed George Aniki and the rest in that closed room? How did they lock it? That's exactly right. Natsuhi's room was exactly the same, just like usual. The door and windows were locked from the inside. There were no frauds or tricks, no means of secret patches, nor places in which to hide. Natsuhi's own key was in George's pockets, and the inside of the room was sealed off. Only the 5 master keys were left, and Rosa was holding all of them. And let me say this, the parlor is the same. The key to the parlor itself was sealed away in the servant room, so unlocking it without a master key is impossible. The definition of a closed room remains the same as always. Come now. Come on, now there's only one suspect. Or are you still playing innocent, Ushiromiya Battler? Shut up! You shut up too! You're the one who should shut up. How do you claim the letter was placed here by anyone other than you? Unless you can prove such a thing happened, you're a wolf. If we can suspect me, then we can suspect you too. So try showing me some proof yourself. And anyway, weren't you the first person to enter this room and start checking the windows, Aunt Rosa? Then you guessed that I'd go back to where I'd been sitting and secretly put the letter there. It's possible for us to suspect that this is a trap of yours, right? Why would I use a trap like that? If I was a wolf, I'd shoot you with this gun without question. That proves nothing. Maybe you chose a roundabout way of setting a clever trap because you couldn't commit murder in front of Maria. All the master keys are in your hands. So what happened? Both here and in the last room was all you're doing, right? If you think you can talk your way out of this, then let's hear your excuses. That's right, you've been suspicious from the start, Aunt Rosa. Why is it that even though 6 adults in the family conference were killed, you were the only exception? Why were you the only one not in that chapel? There can only be one reason. You invited Dad and the rest there and killed them. Damn it, that explains everything, doesn't it? Don't fuck with me, Stop saying things that don't make sense. Ugh. Stop it! You mustn't fight. Mama too, Battler too, stop it! Stop it! It's no one's fault. It's not Battler's or Mama's fault. The witch did all of this. It was done with magic. It's no one's fault. Oh. Maria thrust herself in between Aunt Rosa and me as the blood started rising to our heads. I was taken aback by Maria's crying voice and returned to my senses. I had acted shamefully just now, my eyes filled with tears. That's right. It's all the witch's fault, isn't it? All this about keys and tricks and alibis, all of it. All of it was stupid. Even though it's the work of the witch, we weren't even able to trust each other as humans. Right, Aunt Rosa? From the beginning, there wasn't a human culprit, it was all the work of the witch. So there's no way you're all the culprits. There's no way Maria, Genji-san, or I am either. Why did it come to this? Why am I screaming at Aunt Rosa, who I loved? Why am I having this fight with the kind aunt I love so much? Why does everyone have to suspect each other? I'm not gonna suspect my aunts. I'm not just gonna suspect anyone. It's all the work of the witch. It's all the work of Beatrice. It's all a crime that Beatrice committed with magic. Beatrice, please show yourself here and confess to us that you did everything. I'm sorry already. I'm sorry we've been suspecting each other like this. So forgive us. Release us from this hell of us suspecting each other until we see each other die. Give me my kind relatives and cousins back. I hate it. I hate it all. You definitely exist. It's your victory. Show yourself. Oh, Beatrice. Beatrice. Am I still alive? Apparently, some time ago, Kinso had fallen into a doze. He searched for his spectacles and looked at the clock. It was 10 p.m. That person ceremony. Let's see. How far has it progressed? It must have come quite far by this time. Kinso lifted his heavy body from the chair and approached the portrait of the witch that he had gazed at every day. Gazed at. Well, glazed as well, but gazed. Beatrice, very soon, I will have a chance to be reunited with your smile. I care not if I die. If I can just see your smile one more time, I will not regret this life. So, for heaven's sake, let me meet with you one more time. Then, let me swear my love to you. Let me apologize for my crimes. Oh! But I won't let you escape. You're mine. From your hair to your toenails to the dirt on your toenails, you are mine. Every fragment of your flesh is mine. Even the broth of your corpse is mine. I won't let you escape. This time you won't slip from my hands. I'll make you mine for all eternity. I will never let you escape a second time. I will never let you escape a second time. Kinso howled in rage, then suddenly fell to his knees as he shook and scraped at the wall. In an instant, he had started sobbing. That's wrong. I didn't want to say something like this. Beatrice, please, let me see you one more time. Even if you only let me apologize. Beatrice. Ah, you are beloved. Yearned for. I was mistaken. If you would just smile, I wouldn't need anything else. I made a mistake. I made a mistake back then. I did something that cannot be taken back. In atonement, I offer all that remains of my life. In order to apologize to you, in order to atone for my crimes, I offered everything. Please, even if it must happen as I die, at least let me apologize. Just once. Beatrice. As Ginso shook and cried, a butterfly appeared out of nowhere behind his small back like a flake of gold leaf and softly descended. You fool, Ginso. Did you think any woman out there would fall for a man's tears? Well, even if it wouldn't make a human woman fall for you, it might do the trick for a woman who is not human. Ginso, do you remember that game of chess you played with me, which is still ongoing? Ginso, as though he had suddenly remembered something, approached the chess sets. It was as it had been during the game he'd played with Nanjo until yesterday. After knocking all the pieces off the chessboard, he began to line them up again, one by one. It was a setup for an ongoing game. That's right. Like this, I advanced my queen. That was quite a spectacular move. Perhaps it was a little too intense for you. I worried whether you'd have answered your piece or not. Wait for so long. Ginso waited, with the opposite seat empty. Surely, very soon, his opponent would appear there, and he would be able to restart this game again. You fool, Ginso. You want to apologize? You want to see my face again? You want to make my smile an eternal thing? Why can't you say a much, much simpler word? Even though that is the sole element of this world. At that time, Ginso muttered. Was it a prayer? An entreaty? It was probably best to just call it muttering. I love you, Beatrice. They were pure words, like something an innocent child would say, without any evil intent. You really are a fool, Ginso. If you ever had a chance to do your life over again, know that those words will never cause a woman to fall for you. That's right. Not unless a miracle happens. That's what makes this... At that moment, Ginso definitely heard a small knock. One with a tempo that differed from those of the servants. Who is it? The woman beyond the door didn't answer. I'm asking who you are. Will you not answer? The one beyond the door didn't answer. Could it be... Oh, could it be? Beatrice! 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 The woman beyond the door answered. On the night's twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. Oh, not quite. Another half hour before midnight. Yeah, you just gotta fool him into thinking it's Beatrice. It's that easy. But it's a very particular way of knocking. He will be able to tell if you're doing the wrong knock. Remember that? Remember that puzzle in Galerians 1? Where you had to do like a very, very specific knock? And it took me like 20 straight minutes to get it right? It's kind of like that. Battler's figure was in the dining hall. He didn't feel like going back to the guest house in the middle of all this rain. And wandered half-heartedly around the mansion in search for any place where he could sit. Before setting up camp in the dining hall. He didn't even lock the door. He thought the shapeless murderer, or maybe the Golden Witch, might come to kill him now that he was isolated. But he no longer had any desire to resist. He didn't even feel like using a locked door to hold off the culprits. He wanted that person to come at him openly, from the front. If it was the killer, he wanted to ask them about some of those wonderful close-room tricks as a parting gift. If it was the witch, he'd hoped she'd at least take his life with some spectacular magic. However, ironically, neither of those two came to meet him. Battler opened the liquor cabinet on his own and enjoyed the liquor to his heart's content. No longer was there anyone to scold him for drinking alcohol. He boldly rested his glass on the extravagant tablecloth and savored the high-quality liquor, which probably had a mind-boggling price, drinking it down straight from the bottle. Then, someone knocked. Battler realized that someone had finally come to read him. Hey, it's not locked. Whoever you are, please come in. And go ahead and introduce yourself. If you're human, please give me your name. If you're Beatrice, please tell me your butt size. I may not look like it, but I'm well known as a breast sommelier, you see. It is Genji, Battler-sama. Genji-san, huh? Sorry, but I got no interest in your butt size. Please, come in. It's unlocked. Excuse me. Genji-san opened the door and bowed. Genji, let me feel him. So is Genji-san the criminal after all? Or maybe an accomplice? Out of the way, gay boy. That theory would probably explain most of the tricks. Did you come to give me my last stripes? Nothing of the sorts. I apologize if I'm disturbing you. Hey, saying I'm sorry without even telling me what you want is actually pretty creepy. What do you want? Are you gonna tell me that drinking alcohol is forbidden for minors? I'll just die anyway. Please, let me do what I want, now that it's all about to end. Battler-sama, do you love alcohol so much that you would spend the little time you have left drinking? Those words pierce me. That wasn't true. I just can't cope if I don't drink. I can't even taste the alcohol at all. You are just like the master. Indeed. You inherited the master's blood strongly. I feel so good about that, thank you, Genji. You mean grandfather, the heavy drinker, was drinking to drown his sorrows the whole time? First I've heard of it. After several sad incidents, the master's life was reduced to one of atonement alone. Grandfather was also a breast sommelier. What is it you know? Beatrice's ceremony was completed when the 8th twilight ended. I believe I can tell you everything now. What did you say? My drunkenness was completely blown away. I lowered my feet from the table and listened carefully to hear what Genji would say next. Butler-sama, I shall guide you to the master's study. It would probably be best to hear it directly from both the master and from both grandfather and... Hey, what in the world do you mean by that? Come, this way. I shall guide you, Butler-sama. After Genji-san told me to follow him, he started to walk down the corridor. I threw my drunkenness off completely and went after him. We climbed a big staircase towards the 3rd floor. There's a 3rd floor? Dude, I've read this already, and this is like the first I hear there's a 3rd floor. Genji-san stopped walking halfway. That part of the track is so strange to hear when it's not like a scripted cutscene. He then turned back and spoke. Butler-sama, from here on, you will probably see things you will not be able to understand. Don't think that will scare me. I've already seen enough incomprehensible things today to make me sick. Please, accept what you will see as you see it. And accept what you hear as you hear it. Why? What? There's no need for questions like that. You will learn the truth. And that is all. I will leave it completely up to you, Butler-sama. Whether to accept it, believe it, or deny it. Genji-san checked one last time to see whether I was prepared to know the truth. The 8th twilight had already ended. And in the 9th twilight, the witch would revive and nobody would be left alive. It meant that Beatrice had already been revived. And it probably also meant that none of us would be allowed to return alive. I was going to lose my life anyway. I wanted to know the truth in the end. Didn't matter how hard it might be to accept. Yeah. Even if a demon or a witch shows up, I'm prepared. Indeed. You are just like the master in this week. Butler-sama, please be diligent in your studies. In the future, you will surely have great aspirations. And when that time comes, see to it that you are never forced to regret a lack of study and training. I'd be happy to, assuming I ever get a chance to work hard in my studies. Genji-san's silence felt like it was further confirming a certain resigned feeling I had. And then, the door to grandfather's study, surrounded by a sweet smell, came into sight. Genji-san took a gold key with an elegant design from his pocket. The master keys had been confiscated by Aunt Rosa, but he kept the key to the study alone on his person. He put it in the keyhole, and it made a heavy, clunking sound. Master, it is I, Genji. I have brought Butler-sama with me. There was no reply, but it seemed that permission to go inside had been given. Come, Butler-sama. Please go in. Okay, I'll go in. I readied myself and threw the door open. Here we go. At that moment, I got slightly disoriented by the dazzling golden glow. It was, unbelievably, a swarm of butterflies that shone gold. The gold butterflies that completely filled the inside of the study poured out all at once. What is this? It was almost like golden leaf confetti. The interior of Grandfather's study was filled with a golden glow. And, on a sofa like a reception chair in front of the study desk, I could see Grandfather's back. There was someone on the side opposite from Grandfather. It was in shadow, so I couldn't see it well. Master, I brought Butler-sama. Butler, is it? I'm busy thinking now. Be silent for a while. Ginso declared that unhappily. His back still turned. It seemed he was enjoying a chess game with a visitor. Apparently, the opponent had counterattacked with a superb move. Ginso seemed to be enjoying himself as he thought deeply, while occasionally laughing and groaning. I have thought for 30 years. I've thought for 30 years about how to counter this move. Have fun. Have fun with the move I have fermented for 30 years. Indeed, this is a deeply matured move. What fun! What fun! I see I'm no match for you. What is this? So you came, Battler. I've been waiting for a while. Be silent for Ginso's sake. Isn't it too early to resign, Ginso? I could have countered that move in several ways already. Sorry, I'm listening to the music. It should have been my first meeting with that witch. However, I knew this witch. Even though it was her first meeting, I knew her from the portraits. Genji. Serve some alcohol for Battler. What would be an appropriate liquor for this man? That which Master has loved since the days of his youth. Good, good. Serve it. You did well coming here, Ushomiya Battler. First, sit down. You called my name many times, did you not? In deference to that, I allowed you to meet me. Nice to meet you. So, what will you ask me? What will you inquire? The door of the Golden Land will soon be opened. Soon, we will have a banquet to celebrate my revival, at which I will be welcoming the witches. In the meantime, I'll answer your questions, as many as you like. I got a bunch of things I want to ask. What happened on this island, and why did incidents like these occur? I want to ask about the closed rooms, too. What about the chapel? What about Jessica's room? And the servant room? And Anasali's room? And the parlor? There's so much more I want to ask about the witch's true nature. Is Beatrice really a witch? What's your goal? What do you want to make a zoo, and why did you call me here? Answer me about everything. Ah, be quiet. You think you'll get answers if you ask? Don't say that, Ginso. A fragile and fleeting spiderweb did offer protection from King Herod once. Just like there are no useless things in this world, there are also no useless questions. Very well, I'll answer all your questions, but only on one condition. What is it? If you hear everything and are able to accept my existence, then you will kneel and kiss my shoes. I called you here because I wanted to make you surrender to me. Ginso and I made a bet. Which would come first, Ginso thinking of a new move, or me making you surrender? I don't think I'll lose. Damn you! Talking so tough. Yeah, alright. Try and convince me. Try and convince me that you're a witch who can use weird, awesome, powerful magic. If I surrender, I'll kiss you or do anything else. The witch cackled gloatingly. Then she glared at him unpleasantly with eyes that said a man can't go back on his word. Well said! So, from what questions shall I begin? I'll answer everything. Come, what will the first one be? Then, the witch started to tell everything. She began answering all of Battler's questions. Everything made sense. He was convinced by all of it, and then Battler had no choice but to admit the witch certainly did exist. What followed is a story that needs no retelling. When the king falls and you are defeated, it's time to start reflecting on your finished game, and then all you can do is set up the pieces one more time. Second game. Turn of the Golden Witch results. Ushinomiya crawls out on the first twilight, chosen by the key of the Golden Land, and offered up a sacrifice. Same with Natsuki, same with Eva, same with Hideyoshi, same with Rudolph. Same with Kirie. Shinomiya Jessica died on the second twilight, pierced through the back by the stake of Asmodeus. Died on the second twilight canon, pierced through the chest by the stake of Satan. Yes, yes. Servant Shannon died on the fourth twilight, forehead gouged by the stake of Mammon. Goda died on the fifth twilight, gouged chased by the stake of Beelzebub. Died on the sixth twilight, stomach gouged by the stake of Lucifer. Died on the seventh twilight, new gauged by the stake of Belphegor. Died on the eighth twilight, leg gouged by the stake of Leviathan. The witch Bathoris revived on the ninth twilight. She finally opened the door to the Golden Lands. Ushinomiya Kinso. Missing on the 10th twilight, after he acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated himself, the witch invited him to the Golden Lands. Same thing with Rose? Oh, the witch did not invite this woman who denied the witch's assistance to the Golden Lands. After she acknowledged the assistance, yes, okay. Same thing with Mari and Genji. Only Rosa got fucked. Will he acknowledge the witch's existence and be invited to the Golden Lands? The witch shall praise the wise and bestow for treasures in the Golden Land. Then, they chose to revive the dead souls and the love that was lost. After all, if their desire had been a mountain of wolves in his eyes, they would have been able to receive it. Ginso chose the person he had loved and lost. Maria chose the lost love of her mother. Genji chose a peaceful sleep. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Because time ran out before any of the 18 could solve the riddle of the gold. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. Whoops. Whoops. Guys, I think we did worse than last time. I think this was a worse run. Oh well, there's always next time. Where are you, Beatrice? Show yourself! This build was a bit mediocre. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you don't get a single strength up and it just gets fucked. Battler rated 1 Liquor Cabinet, which is a new high score. I guess that's true. Beatrice! Rosa finally arrived at the chapel. She pointed her gun around her, screaming the witch's name. But there was no way she would receive an answer. After grimacing slightly, she noisily approached the table where her sibling's corpses still lay exposed, and stretched out her arm towards the gold ingots. It was very heavy, but Rosa didn't mind. She wrapped that one up in a blanket and threw it over her shoulder. At least, just this one. This alone should be worth over 10 million. Without letting go of her gun, Rosa picked up the gold as well. Her shoulders were screaming, but Rosa didn't mind. It will happen very soon. Very soon the door to the Golden Land will open. Stop laughing with that creepy voice. Where's Beatrice? Yeah, I know she's around here somewhere, right? You know where, right? Where is she? I don't know. Even if you don't search for her, you'll be able to see her in the Golden Lands. Ah! Stop laughing like that. Ah! It almost makes me want to laugh. That's right. I was definitely a witch. Definitely a witch. I didn't understand. I thought she was a human calling herself a witch. But I was wrong. That really was a witch. I won't be fooled by something like that. You're there, right? Come out. Show yourself. Beatrice! I told you she'll appear very soon. The door to the Golden Land will be opened. That's right. Isn't that splendid? I care not. I abandoned that brook. You, woman, are a king that cannot be reached without the resolve to lose everything one has. I'll corner you, Beatrice. At least call me a queen. Oh, what a brilliant move. Tell your blood. No, the usual of blood is bad at giving up. How pleasant. What a truly elegant night. Oh, another typo. Whoops. Master, Beatrice's honor. It will soon be time for the banquet. Already? That was fast. Every night I pass with you goes by swiftly. The moon falls like an apple, and the sun leaps out of the river like a small fish. It is time. So let us go. Rise, battler. The banquet to celebrate my revival will now begin. I'll introduce you as my new furniture. No, as my toy. To the dignitaries among witches. The witch was relaxed and elegantly, her feet thrown out from the sofa and resting on top of a footrest. However, the footrest wasn't a part of the sofa, but a human. A human down on all fours. Beatrice, your silk dress. You are the guest of honor, but I am the host. I will go out first. It would have been nice if Shannon were here to help dress you, but unfortunately, it seems she no longer remains. She's never around when I want to use her. An entirely useless person. However, you did well to remain here. I'm happy, my friends. I am grateful for your words. Good. Wait downstairs, you two. Genji, good work. Put the dress down over there. Certainly. Well then, master. We will go first. Beatrice, I will see you later. Indeed. Ginso and Genji left the study. After that, the witch and the dress and the furniture remains. Do you know why I'm not embarrassed to show myself to you naked? It's because you're furniture. Furniture. Understand? Furniture. Just furniture. Who would feel shame at exposing their body to furniture? So there's no reason for me to feel shame in front of you. The witch rose and her jacket slipped off, just from her shoulders. After that, the jacket fell to the ground with a thump. When the furniture respectfully approached to pick up these clothes, the witch gave it a small kick, and it fell over. The furniture was afraid of what misconduct it might have shown. Do you, as furniture, plan to force me to unbutton myself? Stand, and undo the buttons, one by one, with care, quickly, gracefully, with no mistakes. The guests are being kept waiting, so change my clothes quickly. Yes. Undo them with care. Those buttons are each worth more than one of your eyeballs. If you make a mistake and break them, I'll sew your eyeballs in instead. The entrance hall was bustling with a crowd of shadowy people, and it sparkled gold with the gold butterflies flying about. The gentlemen in suits and tuxedos and the ladies in dresses looked like they were having a great number of friendly chats. At a glance, it might have looked like a fabulous medieval ball. But they all had one thing in common, and that thing was exceedingly bizarre. Because all of them had goat heads. Was it a goat mask masquerade? Or did they really have goat heads? It probably couldn't be the latter, but in this bizarre world, I really didn't know which was true. Ginso was amongst those goat nobles greeting them. Ginso's greetings were more respectful than it would have been expected, though these were all honored guests. This time, Genji's voice rang out through the hall. It was a voice calling for silence. That voice stopped the idle chatter, and everyone turned to face Genji. Tonight, we celebrate the appearance of our Golden Witch, who has achieved her revival. And so it's not the goats, yeah. The Lady Beatrice. Everyone, please welcome her with your applause. When Genji began to applaud, it quickly spread to the guests and became a roaring ovation. There she is! Then, a golden witch appeared from the top of the large staircase. As she gracefully waved her hands, followed by a piece of furniture he was fond of, she slowly descended the staircase. The gold nobles offered unanimous words of celebration in some long-forgotten language, and those who were deeply intimate embraced, filled with joy at their reunion. As the witch offered greetings of reunion, the witch's furniture followed behind her the whole time. There was a chain around its neck. The other end was gripped by the witch in the witch's hand, like it was a trained dog. It wasn't there to restrain him. Those chains were a restraining device whose only purpose was to wound the furniture's dignity. He wasn't permitted to wear anything else on his body. One of the young woman goats mixed in with the goat nobles. Quietly removed her goat mask as the furniture passed in front of her, and she spoke with eyes that had no light in them. The face seemed to belong to a long-haired young girl. How pitiful. Oh, Lady Berncastel. Welcome. Do you like my furniture? That's a nice hobby. After saying only that, the witch called Berncastel once again put on her goat mask, and was swallowed up by the shadows of the other tall goats. Sore loser. She's ticked off, isn't she? You're not wrong. The young woman goat giggled, and the witch once again let out a high-pitched laugh. Thank you for gathering here for my sake. Why don't we enjoy the fullest this banquet of the witch where old friends have gathered from past and present, east and west? Come, we will eat all night, drink all night, slurp all night, and chew to bits all night as we enjoy ourselves. Look at the clock as it marks when the ending hour and the beginning hour melt together. Come, let us begin the banquet of the witch. When the witch announced the beginning of the banquet, the large clock pointed to 24, and the sound of a bell began to ring out. Come, now is the time. Open the golden door. The cheering. All at once, the butterflies leaped in gold, flew all around the young side of the room. Amidst the golden storm and brilliant gold-colored light, the barrier between this world and another spot open. Surrounded by the gold's delighted voices, the mansion of the human world and the mansion of those not human overlapped. And the members of the household who praised the resurrection of the Golden Witch scattered into gold butterflies. and poured out of the depths of hell. It was a golden tornado. A rondo of golden demons. Of blood even. Come, tonight we will put aside rank. Throw open the wine cellar, drop the snake's head into the liquor pot. Throw cows and chickens into the furnace alive. Drink and eat and sing and dance. Near and kill and desecrate and degrade. Ah, Beatrice! Take me to the Golden Lands, now! To the Golden Lands! Oh! Ah! The gold nobles were suddenly crushing in around Kinsel. Almost like they were kids demanding the signature of some famous movie star. There were only two differences. First, these were witches, not kids. And second, what these witches demanded was not a signature. The sea of gold nobles began to drown Kinsel. Only Kinsel's laughing voice echoed throughout the area. It was a grand mixture of laughter and his death throes. And Kinsel became wine and meat and bread. An aroma it slurped, a rich taste it gnawed, and pleasant to tear to bits. The sound of his death throes lingered on sweetly. And if adorned with melted chocolate and golden argents, it would make a wonderful dessert. If you took the bones home, you could also use them in a soup. And the remains could even become toys for the children to play with. And they could also become splendid tools for fortune-telling that always brought misfortune. That entire scene was watched by the furniture. It was all fantastical. It was all demonic. Was the quaking of its supposedly paralyzed heart proof that it could still feel fear? At that time, its knees buckled, and the furniture's body fell down in the middle of the carpet. After all, the witch had kicked those knees from behind. Kneel and show your respect. Rub your forehead against the carpet and show how vulgar you are. Put your hands behind your back and swear that you will offer all your flesh and blood to me. The furniture let out a painful voice. Fear is the most basic emotion humans have. Was that emotion reviving his sense of self, which should have already been slain? So, you are still far from suitable for my furniture. Very well. I will carefully finish you, making you into the kind of furniture I like, the kind fitting only for me. As you are now, I doubt you can offer more than entertainment for our guests. The gold nobles were surrounding the crouching furniture. It seemed their blazing, blood-red eyes couldn't hide their ecstasy at this new young food they'd been given. And from the ugly teeth that stuck out of countless mouths, saliva, or maybe the traces of meat and wine that they had just eaten, dribbled down. As the furniture let out a wild scream, it retreated, still sitting on its backside. But the circle of goat nobles was closing in. Then, the furniture looked at the witch's face. It had surrendered to the witch, so believing that the witch would show some compassion, it stared at her face in the end. But there was nothing but scorn on the witch's face, and she wasn't even facing the furniture anymore. The witch went off to read it on her guest with whom she had crossed cases. The gold nobles looked down upon the furniture. Actually, they had been waiting, just like how one must remove the corpse in order to drink champagne. They had to wait for one thing before partaking of the offering served at this banquet. Of course, the furniture didn't know about this thing, but it came out of his mouth all by itself. Just like the unavoidable pop of a cork, it inevitably came out of his mouth. Ah! It was a scream. It was a sign that marked the beginning of the modest banquet at which he was to be served. Ah! By now, the garden was one of both roses and gold. A gold-colored garden where gold butterflies, gold fairies, and gold lizards rampaged and flew about wildly. Maria, quickly! Run! Quickly, quickly, quickly! Rosa grasped her gun and the blanket wrapped around the ingots, and ran at the speed Maria couldn't match, sometimes pausing to call out at Maria to run faster. So she saw it every time. She saw the golden pursuers chasing them from the mansion. The mass of gold butterflies was chasing after them like a massive falling hand, and strange-looking shadows with gold heads were chasing after them. There was no need for her to strain her eyes, because those blazing pupils told her what would happen if she was captured. Mama, wait! Wait! Oh! Ah! Maria fell down. For just an instant. Rosa was ashamed by the thoughts of abandoning her daughter and run away. And at the instant her feet touched ground, she ran back. The goat head that had sprinted over to get the first bites grabbed hold of Rosa's own child's hair and pulled. Mama! No! Rosa rammed into the goat head with her shoulder, spun, crashed the back of her elbow into the goat's jaw, and buried her knee into its protruding chest. And she thrust the barrel of the gun inside the goat head's mouth, as it doubled over from the pain in its guts. Just try laying one finger on Maria in front of me. I'll show you just how lukewarm the hell you came from is. The blast from the Winchester's .45 caliber longbow bullet exploded inside the ghost's head's throat, and its medulla oblongata was instantly pulverized. The goat head hadn't understood. It had thought women were like pre-opened wine bottles. Wow. It had thought that turning them upside down would immediately make their deep red contents come out. Mama! Mama! Maria, who had been released, hugged Rosa. But the pursuers were still coming. They could see the giant goat heads who had given up pretending to be human, running towards them from across the rose bushes. Rosa spilled several extra bullets, which had been in the pocket of her coat, all over the place, and told Maria to pick them up. Yes! Pick them up! Pick up! Maria, if Mama falls down, run. Go to the shore. And swim, and swim, and swim. There's nowhere for us to survive on this island. No! I'll stay with Mama. Ugh. Rosa's gun roared 4 times. But even though 4 shots really did hit the massive approaching goats in the chest, they didn't even flinch. The goats ran with violent vigor as though they planned to crush Rosa and Maria with those massive bodies. Put the bullet in! Quickly! Ugh! Rosa grasped a blanket with the ingot in both hands, and she herself sprinted, pulling it along, without even an ounce of fear in those strange-looking giants. If it's to protect my daughter, I'll overcome even hell. I'll show you. This golden dream. Rosa roared. The goat heads roared. That terribly heavy ingot, after picking up a fearsome centrifugal force instead, slammed into the head of the goat head. Rosa pulled a fountain pen from her pockets, but she held it crooked. She placed it in her palm. This is the entire... yeah. Really. In the gap between her middle finger and her ring finger so that it stuck out when she made a fist. Almost like a stinger was growing out of it. The stinger sliced into the left arm of the goat head as it fell over. Was the goat head's roar a scream? But Rosa's roar was different. She pulled back her fist and slammed it into the fountain pen that was still sticking into the goat head's eye. The pointed tip was gouged into the depth of the head. Mama! Bullet whipped in! Good job! When Rosa grabbed the gun Maria had thrown, the giant finally tumbled on the ground with a thunderous crash. Wow, Maria knows how to reload a gun. However, same time, I saw the goat head pursuers on the other side of the road, which is increased in number. I've gained enough distance for now. I held onto the blanket wrapped around the inkhead and the gun, and once again ran with my hand. Why am I running with a gun in my right hand and the gold in my left? Why don't I let go with one hand and grasp Maria's hands? I can't let go of the gun that protects my body. I can't let go of the gold that protects my future. But even so, I've let go of the hand of my daughter, the one who is my future. You need to finish the whole thing, Cancer. Run. 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 She got out of the World's Garden and began to run down the staircase through a grove of trees. But Rosa knew. This path through the grove turned and twisted many times. It only seemed to be long. She soared straight through it. She had played here often since her childhood years. So she knew. To the beach. To the beach. To the sea. To the sea. To the sea. And after reaching the sea, nothing to do but swim, swim, swim. And if Maria can't swim, I'll carry her as I swim. There's nothing but death on this island. Ah! Mama? She raced down the stairs. She took a bad step. A violent pain ran up her left ankle, and her mind went completely blank. Rosa fell down several stairs, shocked by her ankle, which was bent at an odd angle. And the blanket with the ingot wasn't there. She had let go of it the instant she fell, and it had disappeared somewhere into the darkness. Only the gun was left. Tremors in the earth were getting closer. It was only a matter of time before the goat heads flooded in. She didn't want to imagine how many there would be, or how strange they would look. The lightly dancing gold pursuers arrived. The gold butterflies surrounded Rosa and Maria, waving and clamoring as though saying, "The prize is here, the prize is here." Rosa couldn't even try to get up. The violent pain from her broken ankle was so great that she couldn't ignore it, even in her last moments. What am I doing? I have the gold, which would have been worth several million yen. I might have been able to start over with that. And yet I fell, lost it, and now my own life's in danger. And Maria's too? What has my life been? I was born into an incomprehensible family, with irritating older siblings since the day I was born. What did I do? No matter what I did or didn't do, I was always in trouble and bullied and made fun of. What has my life been? Mama! Mama! The roar inside Rosa's heart shriveled away and disappeared. It disappeared when she heard Maria's crying voice as she sobbed and clung to Rosa. Maria. Mama remembers something she's got to do. Please go on ahead. No, no, no! I want to stay with Mama. I don't want Mama to die. Maria, even though I'm such a bad mama, you still say you want to stay with me. Yeah, I want to stay with you. I want to stay with Mama. I made it look like I was putting you first, but I was always putting you off. I went to your athletic meets. I went to Parents' Day, but I was always thinking about how I appeared to the world, and you were never in my eyes. Are you saying that you want to stay with that kind of mother, even though I've been such a bad mother? Hey, Mama, did you know? You're my only mama in this world. There's no good mama or bad mama. There's just one mama, so I don't need any other mama in this world. And I want to be your one and only Maria. The Maria you want to spoil when you're in a good mood, and the Maria who's a nuisance and you don't want to be around, aren't different people. There's only one Maria. So the scary mama and the nice mama are the same. To me, they're my one and only mama. I was such an idiot. I didn't need gold. If only I had just pulled you by the hands. Such a stupid mama. The shadows of the ghosts cover the sky even more thoroughly than the trees of the forest. Their roars flooded out the world with fear. Rosa still hugging Maria, ready to run with one hand. Maria, let's go together. I'll never leave you. Let's always stay together so that Mama never gets lost again. Yeah, we'll be able to see each other soon. We'll be together forever. We'll be able to see each other in the Golden Land. And then we'll play together. Play with the wolves and sheep puzzle. Mama hasn't solved more than one of the puzzles, but I've solved them all. So I'll be the real giver. She had bought it as a birthday present and then hadn't played it with Marty after the first night. Yes, we'll play together. I promise. Mama! Those eyes, sparkling like red-hot lava, looked just like a group of butterflies. They danced, closed in, and attacked. Ah! Come on! Let whoever wants to eat the bowl in Mario chamber for me step forward. Ah! When the seagulls cried, there were no survivors. Addition of new features. The Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. Yay! Wahoo! Well, we're done. Except we still need to watch the tea party. Of course, of course. Here we go. Here we go. Purgatorio. Hello, Laha. What's up? We just finished episode 2. Now we're gonna watch the tea party. Rosa, what? Oh, give me a second. Give me a second. I need to get some water. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Yeah, this is also super mega spoilers. Ah, thank you. I hope I'm doing good. I love that I'm like, okay, I can do this last parts. I don't need water. I can lock in. And then I saw like the first line and I'm like, oh wait, I know what the scene is. Never mind. I need water. Rosa awoke from her doze. It must have been a very deep sleep. Her mind was hazy and she wasn't thinking clearly. Where is this? It felt like some mansion, but it didn't seem to be the Yoshiromiya mansion. She could see a room that looked like a parlor. And there was some tea that had been prepared. It had probably been made for her. Around the room, some glitter that looked like gold leaf drifted about, making the scene look quite fantastical. When she eventually realized that they were gold butterflies, it further strengthened that impression. There was someone across from her. A woman. A lady. It was the portrait's witch. Oh. What's going on here? Hey, look at this. Well then, someone's missing in this picture. Interesting. Ginso. Missing. He finally reached the Golden Land he so desired to see. However, since the fool was unwilling to accept it, the magic was wasted once again. Even so, he was probably happy. After all, he managed to be reunited with the Golden Witch, if only for a brief time. Afterwards, he was crushed to bits and eaten by demons and went to hell. Awesome. Happy for him. Genji? Selfless furniture seeks nothing but repose in the Golden Lands. However, since the fool obstinately rejects the Golden Land, it seems his time of repose is unlikely to come soon. Afterwards, he was torn to pieces and eaten by demons and went to hell. Oh. Let me see. Who else was here? We had, I think only Rosa and Maria are left, because there's some people missing here. Missing. In the Golden Land, she finally found a treasure more precious than gold. However, it only lasted for a brief time. Because of a fool, she was forced to once again lose what she had finally found. Afterwards, she was chewed into a pulp by demons and went to hell. Shiromiya Maria. Missing. In the Golden Land, she learned that her mother still truly loved her. At least for now, she is satisfied. And now, Beatrice. The Golden Witch, who has lived for 1,000 years. She has surpassed the limits of humans and, like demons, will sometimes appear in response to the summons made by humans to offer her power in exchange for a prize. Oh, this part is the same. It's the same bio, okay. Can we still do the thing? Oh, whoops. No, not that. Not that. No, I don't remember where you can do it. The thing where you can execute people. Oh well. She seemed to be having a one-sided conversation. She was probably talking to Rosa. I'm sorry. But Rosa, whose mind was clouded up by a deep fog, didn't have a clue what was being said. Choose whatever you please. If there's anything you want, I'll give it all to you. You can think of it as a reward for your good luck, or else a proper compensation for how you answered to my demands. It may have been a truly trivial matter from your perspective. However, the deal was important enough to me to be deserving of this reward. What is she talking about? I don't know. It's just that I am very much a witch. Perhaps you'd best ask for something only a witch can give you. What a rare chance this is, to actually receive the favor of Beatrice the Golden. Me. Finally, Rosa started to feel the blood flowing through her body. Her movements were still sluggish, and she couldn't even voice the words she was thinking. Now Rosa's gonna be the one denying the witch. I am commonly called the Golden Witch. Bestowing a mountain of gold, like the one I gave Kinso, is trivial to me. After all, you can measure all of the pleasures of the human world with money. Therefore, gold is no more or less than the manifestation of the human world's pleasures. Can you imagine it? A mountain of gold that you couldn't use up as long as you lived. As the witch blew on her pipe, multicolored smoke enshrouded their surroundings. As she did this, the inside of the parlor was suddenly filled with stacks of gold ingots. It looked like a shining gold-colored wall. If each ingot was worth several 10 million yen, how much would all of this be worth? It seems sinful to even think of such a number. However, the human world is difficult. I know there are some things that cannot be settled, no matter how high into the sky you pile up gold. I know there are cracks that cannot be filled. I won't make light of that, which is why this is a gift that only a witch such as I can give. Why don't I fill those cracks in for you? Yes. How about this? It's something only I can give. You should be very happy. No need to thank me out loud. I can tell right away. It's written on your face and in the corners of your heart. Rosa felt a touch of discomfort at this witch, who kept on talking even though Rosa hadn't uttered a single word. But since she still couldn't manage to speak, and was so helpless that it was difficult to even move a finger. She couldn't do anything but listen. How far must the deep wounds in your heart recede before they can be healed? This is deep, quite deep indeed. Sometimes, wounds close up while a fragment of foreign matter remains inside. Even when such wounds appear to have healed, they continue to throb for all eternity. Sometimes, you have to open the wound once more in order to heal it completely. As the witch spoke, she stared deep into Rose's eyes. What in the world was she peering at? Rosa felt uncomfortable, but she couldn't look away. So, your pain was already faded by the time of your birth. How heartbreaking. You don't have to say it. I understand. I understand. Rosa was gradually being sucked into the witch's eyes. Then the world grew dark, spinning around and round as she was sucked in. Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? Oh, it's Krau's Nissan's voice. Krau's Nissan is a real adult, so he's very smart. So he hated the stupid kid, Rosa. He was a very scary person. I was often hit, and my toys were taken from me and broken. I was apparently being punished for something bad I'd done, but I never really understood what it was, or why I was being punished. I was always punished suddenly and then later told what the punishment was for, in a forced manner. But it was always something I didn't remember doing. So I really hated Krau's Nissan. Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? Oh, that's Eva Nissan's voice. Eva Nissan is a real adult, so she's very smart. So she hated the stupid kid, Rosa. She was always a very sly person, and she often lied to me, tricked me, bullied me all the time. Apparently, I was stupid, and she said it was only natural for stupid people to be swindled by those smarter than them. So I wanted to become a wise person like Eva Nissan, and listen to what she said. But when I obeyed her, for some reason, someone always got really mad at me. So I really hated Eva Nissan. Rosa, Rosa, why are you such an idiot? Oh, that's Rule of Nissan's voice. Rule of Nissan really knows how to get things done. So he hated the stupid kid Rosa. He's not smart. When Krau's Nissan was around, he would be friendly with Krau's Nissan. When Evan Nissan was around, he would be friendly with Evan Nissan. When Krau's Nissan wasn't around, he would be violent with Krau's Nissan. And when Evan Nissan wasn't around, he would play dirty like Evan Nissan. And even though he was also bullied most of the time, when Krau's Nissan and Evan Nissan weren't around, he gave me 2 people's worth of bullying. The middle manager. So I really hated Rule of Nissan. Oh, but these were my memories from when I was a kid. It's coming for unfair things to happen between kids. And you mustn't hold on to grudges for such things forever. With time, those memories get buried away. Forgetting them bit by bit is supposed to be part of growing up and becoming an adult. So becoming an adult is the same as separating yourself from all those memories. Because of that, no matter how much time passed, Rosa couldn't become an adult. Even though she had been blessed with a daughter called Maria and was called a mother, she didn't at all feel like she had become an adult. The witch pitied her for that, and she smiled, saying that she could heal that pain herself. How can I heal you? It's possible, but not easy. I might rewind time and giving you a world where you have no older siblings. But that way, your memories of being hurt by your older siblings wouldn't remain. And in that sense, while you might call it a gift, you wouldn't be able to accept it. A person is only satisfied when their starvation is healed. But if you make it so they never starved in the first place, none of them will thank you. Just like how there are no young people who give thanks for their daily gluttony. Understand? I think she's telling me something really complicated. In short, even if she makes it so I never have older siblings, that wouldn't remove my pain. Maybe that's what she's saying. Strictly speaking, that's not quite right. Healing isn't the same thing as removing pain. It's the pleasure we earn as compensation for withstanding pain. Therefore, removing the pain isn't healing. To know the joy of healing, you have to know the pain. Which means, you must know joy in order to compensate you for your pain. You should be proud of your past sufferings. After all, they are what made it possible for you to know pleasure that those without pain will never experience. Those who experience this pleasure cannot help but pass on the same joy to others. When the witch snapped her fingers, even though the room was still filled with a mountain of gold, and had already lost all semblance of reality, a fabulous tablecloth appeared on top of the table. And a wonderful meal was laid out, almost as though it was the opening of a banquet in the castle for some fairy tale. For an instant, Rosa truly did feel appreciable surprise at how fabulous it was. But at the same time, she felt a bit of an anticlimax. After all, she didn't think being bullied by her siblings could be wiped away by just one meal, no matter how delicious. Food is the source of many human pleasures. You simply must eat like a pig as long as you live. And if one meal isn't enough, then have as many as you want, until the pain of your heart is healed. Why not continue this gourmet banquet? Begin its furniture. As the witch clapped twice, there were suddenly 2 goat-head servants there, and they began to prepare the meal. From the beautiful dishes adorning the table, they efficiently took some food and began to pile it up on Rosa's plate. It really did look delicious, but Rosa's body still felt as heavy as lead, and there was no way she'd be able to eat. Maybe they also understood that. The goat-head servants tied a napkin around Rosa's collar, and gallantly brought a glass of before-dinner alcohol to her mouth, tilting it for her. She remembered an old servant who had once carried rice porridge to her mouth when she was laid up with a high fever. She couldn't drink it well, and it dripped down from her mouth, but she felt the grain and sweetness spread throughout her mouth. It's a sweet aperitif of noble wrought German-made wine. A wine cocktail of white wine mixed with a crimson golden drop. If I had to give it a name, I'd call it Bloody Grouse. Soak with just a golden drop of your brother's blood that was squeezed out of a compressor. Rosa coughed violently. and the bright red that stained her face made it look as though she had coughed out blood. You know a lot about black tea, so you should know what it means, right? Golden drop refers to the last drop in a drink. It is called the most precious drop in black tea. So a golden drop of blood is the same. The last and most precious drop of blood squeezed out of a human. We squeezed it using that. As the witch snapped her fingers, a bright red veil that had been set up before something large was removed. The solemn and massive machine there was just like a coffin for a large-sized person, with many large bolt-like things stuck to it, and it looked like a sinister torture device. By its nerving shape, she could tell that with a human strength, it could be used to tighten and compress something. And it seemed that there were still some squeezed threads remaining, because of the bright red remains that stained it. But you can't take more than one golden drop at once. No matter what kind of human you take it from, you can't get more than one drop. But I am a witch. Reviving a person is easy for me. When the witch snapped her fingers, the human compressor suddenly began to shake. No, she could also hear a groan. It looked almost as though someone sleeping in that man-sized coffin had woken up and was now struggling to get out. That was wrong. But what was inside definitely had been squeezed dregs. Using her magic, the witch had once again revived the squeezed dregs to how they'd been before they were squeezed. 3 goat-head servants with muscular physiques approached the compressor and forcefully started tightening the large bowl. As they did, an unearthly moan came from inside the coffin. Rosa thought she knew the owner of that voice. It is fitting for cooking to be done in the kitchen. Enough. Stand back. Do you understand how precious a golden drop is? To have it stain this crimson requires that several dozen people's worth be squeezed. The witch definitely said that only one golden drop could be taken from a single human. Yet she had dozens of people's worth of golden drops from a single human. Only a witch could do this. The golden witch Beatrice could kill a single human endlessly. In other words, before Beatrice, even death did not mean freedom. Do you need me to put it in a different way? Have you forgotten the day this man hit you? When you swallowed the blood that ran into your mouth? That's right, remember that taste. Remember the taste of the tears that you spilled until you were dry. I believe this aperitif will be sufficient to heal that regrettable memory. Once again, the goat-head servants tilted her deep red glass against her mouth. Rosa tried resisting by closing her lips, but the deep red liquid was relentlessly poured into her mouth, which hung open with shock. And the inside of her mouth was filled with a ghastly sweetness. It definitely was a fragrant sweetness. The living love of her brother, who had given her such hateful thoughts and made her soak her pillows so many times, had been collected from his death, repeated dozens of times. How could the crimson-stained wine not be sweet? But Rosa tried to spit it out. Because of that, the deep red wine that spilled out of Rosa's mouth looked just like a bloodstain. Now that she knew that this ghastly substance wasn't a simple aperitif, Rosa couldn't help but feel uncomfortable about what would happen if this banquet continued. That is a double-tongued salad made from vegetables in season. On your 9th birthday, you made a wish that you'd someday get to chew this to bits. This salad made from Eva's tongue. When Rosa heard the true nature of the pink-colored meat piled up in the salad, She had a sudden impulse to vomit her guts out. Furthermore, the goat servant stuck a fork in it and carried it to Rosa's mouth. How does your double-tongued sister taste? It must be quite soft and enchanting, right? It probably would be quite sweet, soft and enchanting in her mouth. After all, Eva's lies were always sweet, and young Rosa had always listened to them. And you might say the stimulating pepper seasoning expressed the truth behind those lies well. As the tongue salad that kept being pushed into Rosa's mouth was covered with saliva, she spat it out. But the goat head servants carefully returned it to the plate and carried it to Rosa's mouth over and over again. It goes without saying, but I make the salad liberally using 5 of Eva's tongues. You can't get more than 1 tongue out of a person, but I can get them over and over. As Rosa's tears dripped down, she resisted frantically. However, the only way she could resist was by refusing to swallow. Even if she didn't swallow it, the taste of the French dressing increasingly permeated Rosa's mouth. Does it not please you? There's lots more. Sea bass pie wrapped in the skin of Rudolph's face, soup with boiled brains, liver plates, and look forward to dessert. It's not just your siblings, see? I've lavishly assembled all of those whom you have trusted and yet by whom you were betrayed. Why don't we continue this banquet for all eternity, until your heart is satisfied? For all eternity. You're happy, right? Ushiro Miya Rosa? Don't pretend you hate it. I know that you're actually happy, okay? If you want to laugh, then do so. And if you won't feel better until you've heard a raw performance of your annoying older sibling's screams, I'll let you hear them as much as you like. Fear not, your reluctance doesn't trouble me. That's just her personality, right? On the inside, you're actually so happy that your skin is crawling all over. And yet, on the outside, you're merely pretending that all this causes you pain, yes? Alright, here, there is no need to worry about honor, or your public image, or anything. So laugh as much as you want and chew it to bits. Isn't this the best banquet, Ushiro Miya Rosa? Please, stop. Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to leave dessert as a surprise, but let me reveal it now anyways. Maybe that will be enough incentive for you to eat up the full course. Your dessert is that beloved daughter that you had to keep pretending to love. Oven-baked Maria with apples. Doesn't that sound yummy? Once you eat this, you will be released from everything. Freedom, you see? Freedom. Finally, Rosa will gain freedom as an individual person. Aren't you happy? You should be happy. Jewel is hanging from your mouth. Just try looking in the mirror. Suddenly, a muscular goat cook was holding Maria under his arm. And Maria gazed at Rosa with a face that was only slightly sad. Was I a burden? You aren't a burden. As Rosa spat out the food that was continually being carried to her mouth. As she was covered with filth and saliva and blood, she resisted filthily and screamed. If you think I'm a burden, I don't mind if you eat me. After all, I'm always doing horrible things to you. Even when you bring a man over, I can't stay quiet. When you spend the night out with a man, I get lonely and unruly and make a mess of my room. When I go to search by myself, I get lost, the police pick me up, and you're shamed. When you don't come home for several days and I cry and have to be consoled by the neighbors, you're shamed. Because I'm like this, I'm a burden to Mama. Sorry for being born. So I'll become delicious on baked apples for Mama's sake. And then, maybe Mama will be happy I exist for the first time. Maybe she'll eat me and think I'm delicious. Isn't it delicious? be choked up with tears of gratitude. Your daughter is saying this much for you, right? Oven-baked apples your beloved daughter made for the best desserts. You managed to raise such delicious ingredients. Aren't you the best mother? Ushiro Miya Rosa? Mama, thanks for everything. Bye-bye. Wait! Wait, Maria, that's wrong. Stop it already, stop it already. No! I didn't want something like this. Please, stop. Please, forgive me. No. Stop it already. Don't put it in my mouth. Ugh. Have you been satisfied with my hospitality? Then I'll have you accept it. That I am a witch. Proclaim it. Ushiro Miya Rosa accepts that Beatrice is a witch. I accept it. Ushiro Miya Rosa accepts that Beatrice is a witch. So give Maria back. Release me! I finally made you acknowledge it! That crafty battler has already surrendered, and I made Rosa, the fool who denied me even after being invited to the Golden Land, accept it. Perfect! It's perfect! I've accomplished my perfect victory. Come, bring Maria. Prepare a delicious almond roast for Rosa. No! Maria! Looks delicious. Slice up your cow tits and make me a sandwich. What? That voice! Oh. An arm grabbed the back of the witch's head and smashed her face into the table. As it did, the witch broke to pieces, turned into a cloud of gold butterflies and reformed into her body a short distance away. Battler? You bastard! I thought you surrendered so far that even your soul was furniture. Me too. But while I was listening to that gross recipe, I started to get a little hungry. Now I feel like eating a whole roast witch. And Maria, it's 10 years too early for you to talk about having someone eat you up. But in 10 years, you'd better say that to me. Promise. Ugh. Promise. Battler-kun. Sorry to keep you waiting, Aunt Rosa. I'd forgotten. This is a one-on-one fight between me and this woman. It's totally wrong for me to give in. Thanks to you hanging in there, I've gotten my will to fight back. By the powers of atheism, I am reborn. This person, he gave up down to the depths of his soul and surrendered to me, didn't he? I see. He doesn't know when to give up. Just what I'd expect from Ushiro Miyakinso's grandchild. So the chick of a phoenix is a phoenix after all. How dashing! How amusing! I wouldn't have it any other way. I wouldn't have it any other way, Battler. Try to deny me. I'll completely and thoroughly smash it to bits. Let me make you surrender over and over again. I'll teach you, one who has licked my shoes, the taste of defeat over and over again. No problem. I'll teach you that I, Ushiro Miya Battler, am a man who can stand back up even after falling through the mud. I've never been invincible in a fight. I've lost loads of times. But I'll definitely crawl through the mud and stand up again. And then I'll finish this. In a man's fight, you don't lose until you accept defeat, no matter how much you get beat up. Don't think I'm out just because you took a shot at me. I'll give you a good show, Beatrice. I'll accept your challenge, Ushiro Miya Battler. Furniture. Begin preparations for the next game. While we're waiting, why don't you tell me all about it? There were a lot of close rooms in this game. Using red, I've smashed to bits most of the methods by which you try to talk yourself out of them. What other evasive quibbles will you show me now? The lock to the chapel, the lock to Jessica's room, the lock to the servant's room, the lock to Natsui's room, the lock to the parlor. Use your bizarre specialty. Those delusions, rantings, daydreams, and bluffs, all slanted with ridiculous, incredible turn of events, and show how you can thoroughly deny me. It's useless. It's all useless. Oh, and that was the tea party. You can see why I needed water for that one. All season. Now for the tea party, correct. That is correct. Man, I wish I had like Steam achievements for this visual novel, just so I could see, and like they put achievements for every episode you complete, just to see what percentage of players is left at this point. I wonder how many people have been filtered at this point. And Zaki. I don't remember what the name of the next episode is. Who am I kidding? I don't remember any of the names of the episodes. I remember like Legend, and that's about it. No, that's not true. I remember one more. There's one that's called Twilight. 36.2. Holy shit. Holy. I wonder where the big drop off happens. Friends at the table, chef's kiss. It is a really fucking good after tea party. I really like all the emotions that the reader might feel in this part, because it's like, you know, the entire story has just been building up animosity towards Rosa, and so you get to this part and it's like, oh, we finally get to see some suffering, but they make it really bittersweet. Variety FAQ of the Golden Witch. Addition of new elements. Okay. Only 65 have the welcome to when Battler first arrives on the island. Fuck me. Well, it does take like a full hour, I think, to make it to the island. Maybe even more. Because I remember when we finished the first stream, we only made it to the part where they saw the rose garden, and Maria got yelled at. So we hadn't even made it to the house when we ended the first stream. That was 4 hours. And that's also true, yeah. Okay, now this one. Episode 2. Welcome to the pea party of those who are not human. We will probably get to see more of this mysterious character, Burn Castile. I wonder where this picture is from. Because it's a very mysterious room. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You gotta filter people. Well then. Did you find that game enjoyable? When a game's that one-sided, it goes beyond riveting and becomes boring. My. But you're as harsh as always. Considering how proud I was to have created a development so impactful that it might satisfy even the boredom-hating Lady Burnkistill, this response is quite harsh. Well, I'll admit it was impactful. However, it was horrible as a fair game. Unless you make the conditions a bit more even. Are you saying there's no way to win? Not even for Lady Burnkistill? I wonder what you mean by that, Beato. $29 for finishing the post, which is much smaller drop off. So most people aren't. Yeah. I imagined. Like I was like, I bet the big drop off is at the very beginning. Not even episode 2. There's no need to try and fool me. It would be insane if somebody like gave up after episode 3 or something like that. There's no need to try and fool me. I already know. You're no bystander. Were you planning on hiding it? You're an outrageous person to come into someone else's territory from such a great distance to work against them. You came to watch from the sidelines and probably to push strongly for my defeats. I guessed right, haven't I? And if so? Truly amusing. That I should be granted a chance to fight against Lady Burnkistill, the strongest of witches who defeated Lady Lambda Delta, is truly a pleasure. Yes, I am also pleased. I came all this way because I really wanted to see you, brimming with confidence, fall apart and lose. What an honest person! Even so, it would be a shame if the contest between me and the great Lady Burnkistill was resolved without at least one observer. You called her here, didn't you? That kid. Oh, fuck yeah, she's here! I forgot she shows up so early in the story. I found you! I finally found you, Burnkistill! How are you, Lambda? Looks like you got lots of spare time, too. I wonder if it's fate that the pair who hate spoil should run into each other again. Stupid kid! Can't you see you only won against me because of a little luck and a problem of compatibility? After that, you became such a brag. Now you're even picking a fight with Beatrice? Shouldn't you learn your place? Beatrice is strong. And she's even more brutal than I am. Just a bit. And by the way, don't go shortening people's names without their permission. You're dumb too, Beato. If this gets in your game, she'll make a mess of everything. I certainly didn't just bring Lady Lambda Delta here to watch from the sidelines. After informing me that you were betting against me, she said that she would bet against you. You're still holding a grudge, aren't you? Let me see the BIOS. We need to see this. I think this is the same, right? Oh, I think this is slightly different, actually. She is known for being exceptionally cruel, even among witches. She loves bullying the weak and is capable of using trial and error endlessly to find the cruelest fate they can possibly be given. And she toys with her victims even further by piling on one after another. This witch is extremely powerful, but word has it that she sometimes becomes obsessed with creating certain patterns, so that her means end up becoming her goals. The Witch of Miracles, who has lived for 1,000 years. Notice the tail? Notice that she has a tail? With a little bow. Her vast power is capable of creating all kinds of miracles, but her heart has broken a bit as a result. A bit. Sure. Back when she was a human, Lambda Delta once imprisoned her within a cruel fate, toying with her the whole time. As a result, it seems she's unable to abandon others who are caught within a similar fate. I won't give a lot of explanation to this because it could potentially become spoilers. But my Sona's original design is actually based on a drawing I made of Bern Castell, where she was like fully a cat. And then that eventually morphed into what you see today. Theoretically, she's a witch with the greatest of powers, but in practice, this is no more realistic than folding a piece of paper 100 times so that it reaches the moon. Yet, she did fold it 100 times. Yes, she is the Witch of Miracles. This is a thing that makes no sense, and will barely be explained unless you play Higurashi. Lambda Delta. But don't worry, you don't have to read Higurashi to enjoy this. Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty who has lived for 1,000 years. She embodies the idea that hard workers are rewarded, and is revered even by humans. Though she is a witch, she does not stray far from the concepts of humans. For that reason, her power is one worshipped by humans as is incalculable. However, she is fickle about whose efforts she chooses to reward. And in many cases, she bestows her favor upon those who entertain her the most. Her immense, swift, and terrifying power can make any witch surrender in an instant. However, she is often reckless, and Brinka still was able to take full advantage of that. Am I a succulent? I don't know, maybe. Because I am the strongest witch in the universe. But I lost to you, which means I'm not the strongest. So any enemy of yours is my ally. And there you have it, with the great Lady Brinka still as her opponent. This may not even count as a handicap, but it should make for good entertainment. Do as you like. Now that I've been exposed, allow me to get serious. That would be well. Going easy has never been written in my dictionary. Lady Lambda Delta, let us enjoy our precious time together. Yeah, I'll be counting on you, Lady Beatrice. I've been betrayed pretty bad by her too. Until the two of us smash her up and pay her back double, I won't be able to rest. I'll be counting on you, Lambda. And you, Beato. No matter what we fight over. This will be a very significant battle for us all. That's right. Of course, I don't plan on losing, but we've gotta go beyond who wins and who loses. After all, we hate boredom. The three witches giggled, cackled, and guffawed. That's right. I should thank you, Beato. It looks like I'll finally be able to escape my boredom. Do your best to entertain me, along with Lambda Delta. Leave it to me. If we're decided, Beato, then let's start a strategy meeting right now. I know all of this girl's weak points, and I'll teach you all of them. And yet, Lady Lambda Delta, you are defeated by her. I won't tell you. I won't tell you. Don't. She's never boring, that Lady Lambda Delta. Isn't she? Take care of her. She gets lonely easily. I see. So she's one of those that are popular these days. As expected from Lady Lambda Delta. One of those. Quite cutting edge. Go already. That kid's waiting for you to chase after her. Then, if you'll excuse me. See you next game. I'm sorry. That troublesome one came. Don't mind it. More importantly, things sure got ugly. I thought I experienced a very tragic end in Lambda's game, but this one's exceptionally horrible. I can't say I don't understand why you're hugging your knees and closing up your hearts. If you meet a fate like that a few more times, it'll take a lot less than 100 years to kill your hearts. Beato saw through me. I'll confess. You are now just like I was in the past, when I was imprisoned inside Lambda's world. Shut inside a labyrinth of cruel fate, tormented by a witch, in a manner of speaking. I am a witch who was born from there, so maybe I'm like an older sister to you. So I decided that I'd lend you my power. However, even compared to my fates, yours is truly brutal. Not only do I sympathize with you, I'm almost brought to tears by your tragic fates. But please, don't lose hearts. Please don't submit to Beato, no matter what. Certainly, that child's game is quite unfair. I've only been allowed a glimpse of the game board, but the unfair and clever devices set up on the stage are so disgusting that I imagine they far surpass those on Lambda Delta's game board. And what's even more frightening is that when that kid moves a piece, she doesn't always make the best possible move. This is where she's very different from Lambda. Lambda always uses an overpowering number of pieces to make the best possible move in order to win. That's what makes her the Witch of Certainty. But Beato sometimes intentionally goes easy on her opponent when she moves her pieces. Since when we're in trouble, we try to seek out our opponent's strategy by looking at their moves. This creates a very formidable amount of noise in our information that might cause a troublesome amount of disorder. However, as in chess, though a player might be able to create some noise for their opponent with a useless move, they'll still miss out on the more valuable move they avoided. In other words, it's not like your opportunities to take advantage of this are zero. Although you may not be able to believe it, that analogy holds true for this game as well. Even though these developments look so overpowering, there actually was a weak point. A weak point that almost looks like she wanted you to take advantage of it. Though, I don't know if it's a trap or she's testing us. Anyway, do not surrender. Don't stop thinking. Don't deny any possibility. Keep thinking. As long as you continue to hold the will to fight. Can we play baseball? Beato will not win. What's the most important element in defense during a witch's battle? Rather than trying to win, try not to lose. If accepting her means your defeat, then you definitely mustn't accept her. Making you accept witches, there is no longer any doubt that this is one of the Beatrice's victory conditions. Now that I have announced that I'm your ally, I too will make as great an effort as possible to lend you my power. Make an effort yourself as well. If you're still hugging your knees, quickly stand back up. In times like this, what did I used to say again? Go for it. Yay. Me. Meepa. Oh my god, she even says the same. She really just spoils her own character right here. It's so embarrassing doing this. I've done this much for you, so quickly stand back up. This is an Omega Higurashi reference. That is a quote from an actual character from Higurashi. So she's like making like a dead ringer of who she is. Like straight up. She's basically going, I'm this character, in case you were wondering. Oh, there you are. I wonder where Burn shrank off to. Could she be any more lame? Even so, just like usual, the pieces Burn chooses are pretty shabby. It's the same with chess, right? If all your pieces were pawns, you'd have 0 chance to win, right? That won't be the last record, I can imagine. If all your pieces were rooks and bishops, you definitely wouldn't lose. They've already made several direct quotes from Higurashi, but yeah. Because you see, Higurashi, if you think Kumineko is a story that has a lot of like catchphrases, like several characters speak a certain way and have several speech patterns, it doesn't even come close to the catchphrases in Higurashi. Pretty much every character in Higurashi has a quote, like a catchphrase or some variation of it. Well, last time, right when I felt just a little pity and said she could start with her pieces anywhere she wanted, that idiot Burn, without taking notice of my compassion, started with all of her pawns on my side of the board. What's up with that? That wasn't a loss or anything. Just remembering it makes me queasy. Because of that, I won't be able to rest until I see Burn's speechless face. And since you, Burn's piece, fucked up so bad, I'm feeling just great. Plus, she may not look it, but that girl really hates to lose. So I'll bet she's off somewhere grinding her teeth and crying her eyes out right now. How totally lame. Oh. Come on, laugh with me. Oh. Wait a sec. Are you still hugging your knees? You're already like this because Beato got a little serious? Could you be any more pathetic? You're so pathetic, I'll help you just a little bit. I, the Great Lady Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty and the strongest in the universe, will bring your hopelessly low chances of winning just a little bit closer to certainty. You should thank me. You know, Beatrice may really be cruel and powerful witch, but she's no match for me. Why? Because she's soft. Though she'll set up the board in a way that'll let her win with just a few more moves, she'll intentionally avoid cornering you. She'll do things like take worthless pieces and place exit pieces on the board to make things more one-sided. Simply put, she's got the bad habit of playing around as soon as she thinks she's won. Almost all various attacks that hurt you and Burn look like utter waste and overkill to me. In other words, she's got a weakness, and you've got a chance. See? She's an opponent to be afraid of, right? She sometimes makes her means for her ends. And she has too much dark fun. Sometimes that even ends up creating and exposing her own weak points. For a super powerful witch like me, it's hard to understand why she's able to act so tough. Why she lowers her own chances of winning. But well, because of that, a witch like Burn, who likes to thoroughly read her opponent, has a really bad affinity with her. Because reading her doesn't work. Maybe it's really easy for Burn to read and handle a straightforward and honest type like me. Annoyingly enough. Well, still a super firepower type like me can't flat out beat up a light, wide-range barrage type like Beatrice. So it's kinda like rock, paper, scissors. If I'm paper, Beatrice rock. Which means burn scissors. Well, maybe that doesn't matter. Even though my paper loses to burn scissors, if I was a sheet of super paper, which is way more awesome than normal paper, I could beat even scissors, right? Basically, I, Lady Lambda Delta, am super paper. It looks like you regain a bit of your color. That Beta, she's having fun torturing some piece called Rosa. At a glance, you'd think she has really nasty taste, right? Wrong. She's just killing time, hoping that you'll stand back up in return. It's a move to fire up your righteous indignation by intentionally doing something detestable. A Sonar Grappler matchup. Man, I hate kids like that. Anyway, I'll head on back. Ah. Don't tell anyone helping me just a little bit. I mean, it's not like I helped you because I wanted to save you, okay? I, the strongest witch in the universe, had my throne stolen away when I lost to Burn. So I gotta take that throne back from her. But if she loses to Beata here, then this Beata will get the position of strongest next, right? Well, it's not like I'm complaining. It'd be easier to steal a throne back from Beata. But then I wouldn't be satisfied, you see? I will defeat Burn, and I'll take back my position as the strongest. It's not like I'm really helping you, okay? I won't forgive you if you make Burn cry. Gay. That was it. Yay! The miracle Burn Castell gave us was one battler thought for once, yeah. Oh, fuck, guys. Time to see a new title screen, maybe? Yep. We're back in the house. No more aquarium. Sorry. Our little break in the aquarium is over. We're back in the house. Ah, fuck. I forgot to do it again, didn't I? Hang on, let me get back in. I forgot to do the thing. I need to check something. You probably know what I'm trying to do. Yeah, this is a different version of the house. Probably a different angle or something. No, wait, I remember now. I forgot, is there a way to skip ahead? There is, right? I just don't remember what key it is. Oh! I think I found it. Yeah, I found it. If only the speedrunner was here, if only. Okay, there it is. I got her on the BIOS. How do you do the execute thing? I don't remember. Maybe you can't do it here. Can you do that from the tips in the tile screen? Let me check. Ah, yes. Here we go. Ah, this is such a cool transition. What the hell? So this is the non-humans. As you can see, Ginso is here because he's a fucked up wizard. Battler is here because he exists in the meta layer, along with Beatrice. Maria is here because... Oh, look at that. A little magician who has inherited black blood from Ginso. Unlike Ginso, she was gifted with talent and began to tread the path of a magician from a young age. However, her power is still weak and she hasn't yet graduated from her apprentice's level. However, she is skilled with enchantments, which bestow magical power upon objects, and magical items she creates are all masterclass. Wow! Oh, these are different descriptions for all of them. A self-taught human sorcerer. His natural talent and level of knowledge are nothing special. But when his nearly insane powers of concentration and dedication were transformed into magical power, he awakened as a great sorcerer. His powers at least great enough that he was able to summon Beatrice and form a contract with her. Though his power is great, it is also extremely limited. He specializes in summoning and barriers. So perhaps it is fitting to call him a summoner. Just like Yuna. This is the same? The Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Oh, check this out. If you keep clicking, you get different descriptions. Let me see the first part first. Advanced level furniture created by Beatrice. They can sometimes act by their own will, but they cannot disobey the orders of their master. They're quite powerful while in their human forms. Stay away from the summoner! But when they return to their true forms as the seven stakes of purgatory and fly at the enemy at high speeds, they display their true terrifying potential. Satan is the third sister. She's very quick to anger. However, she actually wants others to be angry at her. Okay. Mammon is the fifth sister. She's very greedy. Once she decides she wants something, she will sacrifice anything and everything to get it. Asmodeus is the seventh sister. She's a girl at that age where they want a boyfriend. She'd give up her life for love. Belphegor is the fourth sister. She's sensible and reliable. Because of this, she corrupts her masters. Okay, here we go. Lucifer is the oldest sister. She's haughty and arrogant. However, she actually feels pleasure from submission. Beelzebub is the sixth sister. She's a true gourmet. She'd use any ingredients to make a good meal, even her own body. Am I missing somebody? Leviathan, there we go. Is the second sister. She's nothing but a crybaby who's jealous all the time. She'll do whatever it takes to get what she wants. I think that's all of them. Because that's 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's all of them. Okay. Then we got Ginso's earliest furniture, which he created to serve him and him alone with complete loyalty. Though he was Ginso's first creation, he was made with the help of a high-class demon. So while there were several defects in his initial specifications, he conceals a great potential within himself. In the many years following that, he continued to mature and compensate for his many deficiencies, turning himself into the nearly flawless butler furniture that he is now. He's approaching the limit of his service life, but the magical power he can unleash for an instant rivals Ginso's. An unfortunate young man whom Beatrice has taken a liking to, a human who inherited the black blood from Ginso. The massive resistance to magical power Ginso was born with was passed on to Valor. Ironically, it was this trait that made it so hard for Ginso to succeed as a magician. A massive defensive power against magic can be, even by itself, decisive in a battle against a witch. Ginso has begun to lose this power with age, but young Battler's power is still on the rise. Perhaps it's understandable that Beatrice tried to crush it as soon as possible. Yeah. Shannon is, in the truest sense, Ginso's handmade furniture, which he created without borrowing the power of demons. Because of the orphanage thing. Though there were a few problems with her initial specifications, she was given a very rare and precious thing, a heart. It seems that as a result of the long personal experience, Ginso came to believe that the power created by the heart contains within it a strong magic. In the lengthy span of time following that, She began to mature, becoming exceptionally skilled with powers of a protective or repulsive nature, such as magical barriers. Because of this, in the realm of barriers alone, she possesses immense magician-class power. So far, he is the last furniture created by Ginso. Making use of all his previous experience, Ginso managed to implement a set of flawless specs. Canon was also given a heart, but it was much weaker than Shannon's. Perhaps because Ginso felt a sense of approaching personal danger related to his fortune, as he neared the end of his life, he bestowed Canon with the rare power to fight and protect. However, he hasn't yet matured very far, and is unable to properly control his own power and speed. Poor guy. That's the same. That's the same. And that's the same. Okay, it's time. Execute. Can I do it? I can't do it. I forgot how to do execute. Fuck. Can you do it from here, maybe? You can do it from here, but you can't do it in the other page. No! Ah. Maybe there's some specific characters that let you do it. Nah. Oh well, at least we got new bios. Very interesting. I've never seen those bios. Okay. That'll be it for tonight. I managed to fill up time, padding the stream to reach the 4-hour mark, which was absolutely my intention. For sure. I don't know if this is still going. Let's see. Let me see. Yeah, sure. This looks like it's still going. We are now... Boom. I really like this game because I can just hit the M key and the game just mutes itself. I wish more games you could just do that. Because that is very useful for streaming, let me tell you. Okay, here we go. Can't say to you what happens next. Oh, you think there's more? That was the end of episode 2. I guess so. Maybe there is an episode 3. We'll find out. I have to do some research. Okay. I want to see Dark Souls 3. We're rating Amos, yeah. He's pretty far into the game, so yeah, if you're worried about spoilers, know that. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see you on Monday, where we'll do an RPG. One of the RPGs that I abandoned. Well, not abandoned. I put them on hold. Either probably Endless Empty, because that one is gonna end much sooner than Dragon Quest. Okay. Have a good night, everyone. Take care. Bye!